Hello and welcome, friends. Good evening. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. And you might notice right away that I've got a little something different. It's subtle, but you probably, if you're paying close attention, you might notice that I've got a little something going on, slightly different with the camera setup here. I'm experimenting with it. I'm trying to come up with a solution that stretches more cleanly onto the video shorts that we've been publishing on various platforms the last few months, and I don't know if this is going to make it better or worse. I already kind of don't like it because it looks like it's a little bit distorted and slightly sideways. I do like that it catches a little bit more of the memorabilia shelf behind me, so you can kind of see that. That used to, the other way the studio was arranged before it was a split studio and home office, that shelf was right behind me, so it was a lot easier to get that in the shot. Ever since we rearranged it, that really hasn't been in the shot until we got a slightly wider camera now, and you can see it a little bit, but this new angle makes things a little bit better, but I'm hoping really that it's going to just increase the clarity of the camera shot when we go and reformat it for the vertical shorts. But we'll see. We'll see if it lasts, or maybe it'll be a one-time experiment, who knows. But anyway, we are here. As I said, we're live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. But in the sim, we are a little further up north. We're here at Boston Logan International Airport. We are going to resume the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings over New England training flights. And we've got some good VATSIM air traffic control coverage online right now. I hope that it lasts. Normally, you know, and I think there's a Moncton Monday going on, and they typically we'll staff up in support of that. So hopefully that means there's a good chance they'll be on for a few hours. But we do have Boston Center, and we've got Boston Approach here staffed, and then we've got New York Approach down here to our south and west. The training flights that we're going to resume with are numbers 4 and 5, VFR number 4 and VFR number 5. We previously did 1 through 3, and in that stream we did a very, very thorough introduction to what the program is. So if you want that introduction, that is something that you can go back to and listen to. It's over on our YouTube channel. But we are going to resume here with flight number VFR4. And in this flight, the goal is to start at a Class Bravo airport, which of course in the Boston Virtual ARTCC airspace means Boston. And we are going to head out to Nashua Airport. Nashua is a Class Delta, so there is a tower controller at a Class Delta, but there's not any airspace around it. The Class Delta airspace goes around it about 4 miles and up to about 2,500 feet above ground level. But beyond that, it is Class Echo and Golf airspace, which you don't have to be in touch with air traffic control as a VFR flight in order to occupy. So we're going to start at Class Bravo. We're going to get clearance to enter the Bravo from the ground and to exit the Bravo, and then we are going to head up to Nashua, and we'll get appropriate communication established before we enter this 4-mile ring, this Class Delta airspace, and then we have to be a little bit careful that we don't encroach upon the Class Charlie airspace here just to the north of Nashua. So that's the plan for flight number 4. We are going to first get our air traffic control clearance, our Class Bravo clearance, VFR clearance, to enter the Class Bravo airspace and operate within the Class Bravo airspace. And then from there we will leave the Bravo and we will be on our own until we get just outside of that Class Delta airspace, in which case we will likely be touching base with Boston Center in order to talk to them. That might be, or is Nashua still within the approach airspace? It might be. Actually, the VATSIM radar might depict that a little bit more cleanly here. Kind of hard to tell. Where is Nashua in relation to that? So there's this U-shaped lake here, or I'm sorry, U-shaped river here. Is that shown? Yeah, so Nashua might be just outside of that boundary, perhaps. So anyway, all right. Well, we'll talk to either approach. We'll clarify that with approach before we leave the Bravo and terminate our radar services. We'll say, hey, approach. When we get up to Nashua, are we checking with you or with center? And I think they're going to tell us center, but I guess we'll just make sure we know here. But anyway, that's number 4, and then we'll move on to number 5, which is a 3-leg cross-country flight that we will talk about when we get a little closer. But yeah, the main thing in number 4, we understand what the Bravo boundaries are. That's the solid blue boundaries. We understand what a Charlie boundary is. That's the solid magenta boundaries. And we understand what a delta is. That's the dotted line, the blue dotted line deltas. And then we've got Echo and Golf, the dotted magenta line, and then like this faded magenta line here represents boundaries between Echo airspace and Golf airspace, which for VFR purposes on VATSIM, I hate to say it this way, you don't really need to understand that as much, because in either case, you do not need to be in touch with VATSIM air traffic control to operate VFR outside of Bravo, Charlie, and Delta, unless, you know, I mean, for notwithstanding any prohibited or restricted airspace, obviously, but for purposes of positive control, you can operate VFR without talking to air traffic control in Echo and Golf. So there's a summary there. We were talking about planning our route. So this is an idea where we can kind of navigate to the north and follow this little tributary here, and then, you know, there's lakes you can use to kind of navigate this boundary and make sure that you're not encroaching on anything. I'm going to have a little bit of a different plan that I'll show you. You won't know which runways are in use until you receive taxi instructions. Obviously, we know that. We're going to be flying sort of northwest VFR, so we're going to want an even numbered 1,000 plus 500 feet, so 4,500 feet should be sufficient for us. And then some things to keep in mind in terms of radio etiquette. If you're at a Delta, you don't need to, or if you're in the tower controller does not need to hand you off if you're leaving the surface areas of the Bravo, Charlie, or Delta. You're free to change frequencies once you exit that surface area ring. Normally, ATC will say goodbye, but you don't have to wait for that. But if you're operating in any of the upper rings where you're talking to the approach controller, then that does not apply. You do need to get permission to leave the frequency in those cases. So that's interesting. That's a little tidbit that's a good reminder. Okay. I think that's enough that we have for this one. I am going to go ahead and file a flight plan for that on VATSIM, which they encourage you to do during these Wings Over New England flights. We got some hellos to say to in the chat. We've got Kenny Monster. We got CB Flyer saying hi to the Slant Alpha crew. We've got Iowa Scotsman checking in as well. And yeah, there is an event going on down in Jacksonville, but Kenny Monster, I am really keen right now to get some progress made on this series, which I think is important instructionally for the VATSIM community to have good references for how to perform these flights, and the river run I want to complete, and the the New York Flight Quest series I want to complete. So already a lot of stuff I want to do in the Piper Comanche, and just not enough stream days to fit it all in and participate in every single event every single time there is one. So decided to go ahead and stick with our plan to work on these flights tonight. All right, so let's go to flight plan and come over here. We've got our call sign. We're November 514 Delta Victor. We're going to be VFR. We are a PA24. We're light. We're SDF and L. We're going to depart KBOS. Let's see. Actually, I don't. This used to be the guidance that they encourage you to do this, but I don't think they do anymore. For VFR flying on the network, you don't really need to file a flight plan, at least in the U.S. 10, 11, 23, 45, altitude 4,500. I think they used to say back before the advent of the newest controller client, they said that they preferred to have it because it helped the controller by putting some basic information in that they wouldn't therefore have to enter. It just kind of saves them some typing. But with the advent of the consolidated radar client from a few years ago, I don't think that applies anymore, and I think they're fine with you not putting in anything. The other thing I will do, though, is VFR wings. Wings VFR4. And we'll do the... But the remarks do come through. The remarks do come through, so it is helpful if you have stuff that you want to put in, like, hey, use patience, I'm a new pilot, things like that. Those do come through, but the flight strip doesn't come through anymore. So I think I'm kind of giving you outdated information in terms of encouraging you to file a VFR flight plan for the wing slides. I think they took that guidance out. Yeah, CV Flash. So that's the case with CRC. That is always the case. With the old controller clients, you would see a VFR flight plan, which of course is not really realistic, which is why CRC doesn't do it anymore. But the remarks do come through when you go to enter your flit strip through the scope. You know, these will auto-populate if the pilot did file something. And it used to be the case that the Wings Over New England flights text encouraged you to file that VFR flight plan so that it would save the controllers from typing. But I think ever since CRC came out and ever since they revised this program, they've taken most of that language out. So I think I'm kind of brain farting and giving old guidance in terms of having to file or being encouraged to file a VFR flight plan. So I think you can kind of skip that step that I just did there. Yeah, don't fly across the final approach and departure paths and create cacas. We don't like cacas as controllers. We avoid cacas best as we can. All right, let's go ahead and get to it. Rookie 31st is here. I saw your name pop up. I don't remember if I said hello to you or not, but there you are, and hello to you. All right, let's go ahead and get to it, guys. I've already ordered fuel. We've got the tanks filled up to 25 gallons on each side. So let's go ahead and start our pre-flight and make sure that everything is good to go with the aircraft. So we're going to unlatch the door, open the door. We're going to go ahead and jump inside, and we're going to release the control lock. I'm just going to get the yoke out of the way because we do want to be able to see the switches and dials there. Let's go ahead and get the fuel valves open, and let's go ahead and turn the battery switch on and all the lights on as well, just so we can do a quick walk around and make sure all those lights are working. I think that's all that we need to do. And we can open the windows for now too. That's really for more when we start the engine, but we'll go ahead and get that done now so that we have that done. And we're going to check the fuel tanks from the front of the airplane, as I learned last time. Let's first grab this flap and make sure that it doesn't have too much play in it as it moves from position to position, that the linkages are nice and tight. And let's make sure that we listen out to see that it doesn't rub or catch or squeak as it moves from slot to slot. All sounds good. Let's come down here and grab the aileron, and the aileron should also move freely, and that should not rub or catch anywhere. There's no, I don't have very, I think I have a little bit of residual fuel in the tip tank, but not enough to worry about doing a sump check for. But we do want to make sure this nav light is lit, and it is. And then this landing light over here on the other side is also lit, so we're good there. Grab up the tie down, grab up the wheel chocks. We want to go ahead and open up this right side wing tank, and we'll pop the cap there and off, and we would lean over and we would stick our head down there and see. It should be about 5/6 full, 25 out of 30 gallons. So you want to lean in there, make sure that it looks like it's filled to the level that you believe it to be, and that it's the correct color and consistency for the type of fuel that you have asked to be put in there. With that being verified, we'll go ahead and close up the cap. Let's pull just a small sample of fuel out of the bottom of the tank and make sure two things. Number one, that we hit fuel right away, that we don't have water that has settled into the bottom of that tank. It looks like we're good there. And then we just want to make sure that, again, it's the correct consistency and color or the type of fuel that we've ordered, but that doesn't appear to be contaminated in any way. And with that being the case, we are good to go. We'll button that back up. All right, yeah, love the Impossible Face guest says, love the wing stuff. Got to get into doing myself one of these days. Nice, yeah. It's a great series, and I'm happy to do a demo of these for you guys to have. We have a 2021 version of this series on the YouTube channel, and then this will be a refresh. They made some updates to it this July, just a couple months ago. So we're going to go through it again, have a more up-to-date version on our YouTube channel. Okay, so back to the pre-flight for the Comanche. We're going to make sure there's no foreign object debris in the air intakes anywhere, and that the prop is in nice, good, clean condition there. Let's pop the oil cap, make sure that we've got enough oil and that it's a nice light tan color, not a dark tan color, indicating that it might be due for an oil change. And it should be, yeah, just above the 9 mark. We want 10 quarts in it or more, but when it's cold, it's right there at the 9 mark, and that's good. And it's still a nice light tan color, so we've got a few flights we can do yet before we need to do a change of the oil and filter there. So go ahead and button that back up. And then on this side, we'll open up the left wing tank, and again, kind of just poke our head in and make sure that we can see that it's about 5/6 full. We know we ordered 25 gallons. It holds 30, so we know it should be about 5/6 full, and it should be the correct color and consistency there. All right, let's grab the wheel chocks on that side. Let's grab the tie down. Let's grab the pitot cover. Let's make sure, make sure that the left side landing light is on. We should see the red nav light over here on this side. And we do see it, and while we're here, let's check. We got the rotating beacon up top, and we should have the strobe down at the bottom. Yep, okay, both of those things are working as well. All right, we got the static port up here, over here. Make sure that it's not obstructed at all, nothing blocking that. And then let's come around to the back. Let's check the control surfaces on the back of the plane. We've got one final tie down. The horizontal surface should move freely. The vertical surface should move, but not as freely because it's tied into the nose wheel steering. Then finally, one more static port over here to make sure. Did I check? I don't know if I checked the flap and the aileron on the other side. I'm going to go back and do that. Let's put my duffel bag and toolkit and my small suitcase in there. I don't know who the rest of that stuff belongs to. But I don't know that I checked the flap and aileron on the other side. I think I went right into the fuel. Okay, so that aileron moves freely as it should, and then this flap should not move freely, and then in each position it should also be nice and tight, indicating that the linkages are not worn out. Okay, and it shouldn't rubber catch as it moves. Okay, I think I did miss that as I was rushing through, and now we've gone back and established that everything is good to go. Alright, so let's hop into the aircraft now. And we can close and latch the door, but we'll leave the windows open. Let's run through, make sure there's no circuit breakers popped. We can turn the strobe and landing and landing lights off. On my yoke it's landing and taxi, but in the aircraft it's the right and left landing light, but we'll go ahead and have those off. We can put the throttle and mix full. We'll turn the fuel pump on. We'll wait to see that there is fuel pressure building. We'll unlock the primer in anticipation of that. Eager anticipation, of course. Okay, fuel pressure's coming up to about 5, so we'll pop the primer out maybe about 4 times. And then lock that. We'll do the magneto switch to the right and then the left and then both. We'll look around, we'll say clear, 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 clear. I said mix will stay full. Throttle can come out to about 10% there. We'll engage the starter. And just advance it ever so gradually as we do this. Okay, there we go. The engine now catches. Let's get the throttle immediately down to 1,000. Let's check to make sure the oil pressure came right away there on the lower left, and it did. Let's lean the mix out right to the point where it starts to drop RPMs. Be right about there. And then we can turn avionics on. Com1, Nav1, Com2, Nav2. Oh, I forgot to update the values. Should we do that? Update digital engine monitor and put that back. All right, so that at least it'll still flash at us about the oil, but at least it won't warn us that we're about to run out of gas. Yeah, 52.2 remaining. Okay, that's fine. We can go ahead and close up the windows now too. And so then I think I was in the middle of getting avionics on. I got the Com1 Nav2, Com1 Nav1, Com2 Nav2. Let's get the transponder on. We got it in altitude mode. Okay, gotta get rid of the control lock. Altitude mode, and we're just walking 1200 for now, and then we can turn the ADF radio on. Finally, and that should do us. Let's then calibrate the directional gyro. Who knows what value it spun up at out of its cold and dark state. So we're parked facing a 145. Let's make sure that, yeah, you never really know what direction that's going to come up out of. Completely random. .145. And then let's grab the ATIS information here at Boston and set our altimeter. Information Victor, which we'll check in with in a moment. 22013, so we're probably landing at departing the 2-2s. Altimeter 299er ILS 22 left, departing 22 right. 27's use as a turnoff. Not sure what they'll have us depart as a GA aircraft. They might have us depart something else, but we'll be ready for whatever they give us. But we'll check in with Information Victor, and 2990 is the altimeter setting, which we'll set over here. Oh, we dial that back here. And then we'll verify the field elevation at Boston is next to nothing, and that is indeed what's showing on the altimeter, but let's look to see exactly what it is. It says 19 feet. Okay, so that's very close to what's showing. So there's a nice cross-check there. And beautiful visual conditions today, unlike the stream where we did VFRs 1 through 3. A little bit of a cloud base coming in now. It was nice and clear earlier. Now it's starting to cloud up all of a sudden. I guess as soon as I say that, karma strikes again. Okay. So we expect runway 22, heading of 215 is what we're going to be told to depart on, we think. I don't know, as a GA aircraft, who knows what we'll get. But what is our on-course? I'll tell you what, let's use the heading bug to reflect the runway that we're going to use, and let's use the yellow air to reflect our on-course. And the reason I say that is because I said we were going to talk about how we're going to navigate out to the north and west to make sure that we avoid any airspace that we're not supposed to be in, which is the point of this lesson. So that means we have to be careful not to encroach upon the Lawrence class delta. We have to be in, this is Hanscom down here. This guy's first name's Lawrence. This guy's second name's Lawrence. That's a little confusing. Anyway, so Lawrence and Lawrence. We got to, this is my brother Larry, this is my other brother Larry. We're going to make sure we avoid both, and there's Beverly over here. So we got to avoid both of these deltas as we thread our way through this needle and head up toward Nashua. And there's some visual landmarks. I mean, we can try to pick up this highway. I'm just concerned that if we try to pick up a highway, we might confuse ourselves as to which highway we're looking at. We can try and pick up maybe this Wakefield Reservoir. I think that's probably our best bet, is to head out and try and find this little lake or reservoir here. I mean, we might confuse it with one of these, though. So I think in order to have kind of a backup plan, we've got this nice Boston VOR, right? We're supposed to be navigating visually. We're supposed to be using visual landmarks. But as a backup plan to that, if we were, for example, let's see, this is a 332, and that's putting us very, very close to this delta here. If we were, say, for example, to navigate outbound on a 340 radial, just to choose an arbitrary number that would split the uprights here, let's see what that would do. And we know that, so this is the 15-mile ring. This is the 20-mile ring. So if we maybe did a 340 for 25 miles, let's see how that would plot. But we're going to put the name of the VOR, or the identifier of the VOR, really, the radial that we want to track, and how far out do we want to track it. Three digits for the radial and 3 digits for the distance. So 340025. This is what's called a point-bearing distance reference. And that's going to put us right over top of the town of Lowell and this little town of Dracut. I guess that's how you say it, Dracut. I don't know. So it looks like if we were to tune this radial, or tune this VOR 112.7 and tune a 340 radial, and then whenever we end up south of the airport and we get turned north, we just kind of make sure we intercept that radial and follow it out to the north and west. And then we can kind of cross-check with these highways and lakes here to make sure that we're where we think we are. We follow that out about 25 miles, and then we should look out to our northwest and see that we're basically on a straight in for runway 32 here at Nashua. Now, we don't know if we would be entering a straight in or entering a left or right downwind. I guess we'll have to work that out when we get up there. But at least at that point, 25 miles out on the 340 radio from Boston will be 10 miles from Nashua, and that'll be the perfect time to check in with that the controller who's handling that delta and figure out what they want us to do to enter that airspace. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll tune 112.7 and a 340 radial. And again, we'll try to navigate it visually, because that's the spirit of what we're trying to do here with these visual flight training flights. But just as a common sense check, what do we say it was? I guess it's 112.7, but yammering on, have tended to forget it. 112.7. Probably pick that up right away, because we're almost right on top of it. Yeah, and then if we switch over to distance, yeah, we're 1.7 miles from it. So let's set that course now of 340, and we're not going to be on that 340 course yet, but then when we go airborne, we will be able to kind of head over to intercept it and follow it out, and then we'll know we're kind of in the right direction. Okay, so I think we're set. Oh man, these clouds are rolling in. We got massive aircraft rolling in, but massive clouds also rolling in. This is not good. Okay, well, I guess let's stay in VMC as best as we can. Let's get running before the storms run us over. Ground controllers on 121.9er. We'll swap that in. And we're monitoring guard on COM 2. I don't really have to, because we're talking with air traffic control, but we'll monitor guard on COM 2 just to say we are. But we're talking with the ground controller. Let's see if we can go ahead and get a Bravo clearance to exit this Bravo airspace. What did we say it was? Information Victor? Yeah. Boston Ground, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's at the GA ramp with Victor. We're looking for VFR northwestbound clearance for wings VFR number 4.
November 514 Delta Victor, Russian get a load. Do you want, I'm sorry, that's the VFR 4. Say your requested altitude and your aircraft type one more time, please.
Yeah, we're a Piper Comanche, Papa Alpha 24. We're looking 4,500, but I believe this is one that we're just looking for exiting the Bravo, not necessarily needing flight following after that.
Number 514 Delta Victor, roger. Wings VFR 4 is approved. Cleared out of Boston Class Bravo airspace via fly runway heading. Maintain VFR 3,000 feet. Departure frequency 133.0. Squawk 3504.
Okay, we're cleared out of the Class Bravo airspace. Maintain VFR at 3,000 on a runway heading. Departures 133.0 and squawk 3504 for Comanche 514 Delta Victor.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, read that correct. Expect runway 22 right, call me for taxi.
Alright, we'll expect 22 right, and we are ready to taxi anytime you are. 514 Delta Victor.
514 Delta Victor, roger. Stand by 1, number 8, American 404, cross runway 15 left at November. Contact Boston departure 133.0 on the other side. Cross 15 left.
Okay, so 130.0, we got that tuned on COM 2, but we're no longer monitoring.
514 Delta Victor, runway 22 right, taxi via Bravo, November. Cross runway 15 right, hold short, runway 15 left.
Okay, 22 right via Bravo and November. We'll cross 15 right, short of 15 left. 514 Delta Victor. Don't actually have the tower controller on, so we're going to end up going right to 133.0.
1035, runway 22 right, taxi via Alpha 2.
That's 133.
November. Cross runway 15 right, hold short runway
133.0.
Alpha 2 Bravo, November, cross 15
Not 130.0, so I'm kind of glad I checked in there. Alright, let's go. Alright, so see if I can bring in the taxi diagram for you. Oh, right in front of my face. That's not what I meant to do. Oh! Didn't see you there.
November 980 Kilo, Boston ground.
So Bravo, November. We did say we can cross here.
November 980 Kilo.
But he did say hold short of this one.
Spawned in on a taxiway short of a runway. Okay.
I was just going to go around him.
No, it looks like he disconnected. He disconnected on the taxiway.
Alright, so here we go. Oh, and what did I forget to do? Flap set for departure. Trim set for departure. That's there. Where's Lima? This is Zulu. And we're going to go one more. We're going to go left on the next one, which is November. And remember, he told us cross 15 right, hold short 15 left. Now, the reason he told us that, just the inside baseball reason is that he can't tell us to cross both of those runways unless they're like right within a few feet of each other. Otherwise, he has to give only one crossing instruction at a time. And then once we cross the first one, he can then clear us to cross the second one as long as there's no conflicts. You can get a double cross if... Double cross, it almost sounds like a pirate movie. You can get a double cross if they're like right on top of each other. Yes, the same thing for that United. Once he got across the first one, then the ground controller can clear him across the second one. The same thing's going to happen to us here in just a second. Yeah, there are a few cases where you can give two crossing instructions in the same instruction, but they're pretty limited. Oh, where's the actual taxiway center line? That was the edge marker I was turning on. Okay. So here's what we did. 15 left, 15 right. We were told we could cross. Let's verify that that's what it says. Yep, 15 right. We're good.
Good evening, Boston ground. This is United 259. Just cross runway to the right on Charlie and holding short. 259 action ground. Load at PKT of Charlie, left on Alpha. Charlie left on Alpha, United 259.
Okay, now I think we should be good to get the second crossing instruction.
November 514 Delta Victor, cross 115 left at November.
Cross 15 left, November 514 Delta Victor. And if we hadn't gotten that, then when we get up there, we gotta stop. Do they try to give that second crossing on the roll? Yes, workload permitting, right? If they can give that to you without you stopping, that's right. Their job is number one is what? Number one, their job is safety. Number two, their job is efficiency. So safety first, but if they can safely give you that.
514 Delta Victor, contact Boston departure 133.0. Have a good flight.
All right, departure on 133.0, 514 Delta Victor. Thanks. Right. So if they can meet their safety requirements, then yes, they're going to try and do the most efficient thing for you. But if his attention is distracted, if he's got something else higher priority, he's got to work over first and make sure that he has safety margins somewhere else on his map. Then he's got to do that first. All right, now before we get...
JetBlue 108.
Affirmative, you clear the ILS 22 left approach, maintain 170.
Before we check in the tower, let's see if we can do a run-up real quick. Run it up to 2,000. We're going to leave the mix leaned out for this first part here. Flex the prop down and back 3 times.
JetBlue 8358, turn left heading 300, reduce speed to 170 knots.
Left 300, G speed 170 there, JetBlue 8358.
Western departure, United 1035, ready to go to
Alright, mix is full rich now.
No worries,
Check carb heat.
1035, Boston departure, wind 22013,
Now we'll do our mag checks. Okay, left only. 90 RPM drop and back.
404 Boston Center, 134.7.
134.7, American 404.
Okay, everything passed. And departure Comanche 514 Delta Victor, short of 22 right running.
Exec Jet 809, turn left heading 240, join the local lab.
240, join the local lab, you're great on that.
Thanks for flying to Boston, says Boston Ground. Hey, thanks for the service, man.
250, join the local lab.
Left 250, join the localizer, JetBlue 858.
JetBlue 1086, 6 miles of trail followed MD11, caution wake turbulence, wind 220 at 13, runway 22, left clear line.
22 left clear line, JetBlue 108.
Okay, we'll double check.
358 in the turn.
Flap set, trim set.
Cleared the ILS 22 left.
We'll get some lights set once we get onto the runway.
Clear the ILS 22 left.
And we get our fuel pump running as well for the departure.
8058.
Exec Jet 809.
Now remember, we want to join this radio when we're able, but our first charge is going to be to follow the instructions that we're given.
Maintain 3,000 full established, cleared, ILS runway 22 left approach for Exec Jet 809.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Boston, departure runway 22 right, line up and wait.
We'll line up and wait, 22 right, 514 Delta Victor. Okay.
And you can just expect a short delay. I got to figure out which wing flight VFR4 is. I haven't done them in so long.
Yeah, it's the Bravo, but not flight following out to Nashua.
Oh, okay, that's right. All right, cool, thanks. Exec Jet 809, maintain 170 knots to left till Voca.
170 left till focus. Very nice.
Okay, so we got the strobes on because we're on the runway.
Emitted 1035 radar contact, say altitude.
1035 passing.
But we are holding here.
500 from 5,000.
The arriving traffic is all coming in on 22 left, so we feel relatively safe, although we will listen out and make sure that we don't hear somebody being given a conflicting instruction on 22
heavy,
right.
right turn Mike, left kilo, cross runway 9er, hold short 22 right.
Oh, actually the fuel pump is already on. I can turn that off.
Right kilo.
We'll turn it back on for departure. When the engine fired up and we realized we still had fuel pressure, the electric fuel pump should have come off, and then we verified that the engine is still supplying its own fuel pressure. But now that we've got the fuel pump off, we can check that. But when we get to takeoff clearance, forward-facing lights will come on, and the fuel pump and the PTO heat can come on.
Exec Jet 809, 4.5 and trail following A320, wind 22013, runway 22 left, clear to land number 3.
We've got 3 coming in on the left side. You'll have to decide when he can safely.
514 Delta Victor, fly heading 270, wind 22013, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
All right, right to 270, 22 right, clear for takeoff, 514 Delta Victor. So I was just going to say, he's going to have to figure out when he can squeeze us out, but he's probably going to give us a turn to get us out of the way, just in case there's a go-around on the left side. So that's why he's given us a pretty substantial right turn with the takeoff clearance there. We got takeoff power set, we got airspeed alive, we got 80 miles an hour. We're going to go up, and away. We'll hold on retracting the gear until we're certain that we will not need to return to the pavement. I'm probably going to wait until we get a couple feet of clearance on that tower before I turn right. Yeah, CP was already thinking about it for me. Oh, we got our landing traffic over there on the left. Everything's good. Okay, yeah, now we'll turn right. Let's get the gear and flaps in and the fuel pump off.
X14 heavy, cross runway 22 right at kilo, contact ground 121.9.
Cross 22 right at kilo and contact ground on 121.9.
And then let's get the best rate of climb.
108, continue on Echo.
Best rate of climb going.
Right.
We're gonna buzz the downtown area. That's kind of cool.
November 514 Delta Victor, I am showing areas of moderate to heavy precipitation. Pretty much if you drew a straight line from here to Nashua, so just keep that in mind. You can turn right heading at 33.
All right, 330. We do see some clouds up ahead. We'll let you know if we need anything. 514 Delta Victor.
Hello, approach checking at 1231, descending through 13,500 inbound to Autumn.
Air Canada 1231, Boston approach altimeter 2990, expect vectors ILS 22.
And get the RPMs backed off to 24, manifold backed off to 24, and then we're going to level it off at 1500 here.
JetBlue 108, cross runway 22 right at Echo, contact ground.
Right now we're bound to the heading of 330.
Contact ground 21.9.
So he assigned us that heading. So we can't go intercepting radials or anything yet. He hasn't given us permission to do that. But since we're leveling off, at least for the time being.
United 1035, contact Boston Center 134.7.
Center 34-7, good night, United 1035.
22, 22, and 14. And let's trim down. We'll just keep it at 1500 for now. And assigned heading at 330. Now, if there's some point where he can let us resume our own navigation, we're going to want to turn more than 340. We're going to want to turn, maybe due north 360 and intercept that 340 outbound. I'll kind of map out why I say that.
514 Delta Victor, you're leaving the Boston Class Bravo airspace.
Oh, there we go.
Remain outside. Keep your squawk for tracking purposes. Frequency change approved.
Okay, leaving the Bravo. We'll keep the squawk. Frequency change approved. 514 Delta Victor, and we'll remain outside the Bravo from here on out. We'll see you. Okay. Now,
JetBlue 8358, continue on Charlie, cross runway 22 right, ground is 121.9.
we're at 1,500,
Continuing Charlie.
so we're only 8 miles from Boston, but we're already outside the Bravo. So we're not going to need to stay below 2,000 until we're at least 10.5. Now, are we really? Because my DME says we're only 6 miles outside. He might have given that to us just slightly prematurely. He did say leaving, not we haven't left. But
Canada 1231,
we're officially outside the Bravo once we're below 2,000 and beyond 8 miles. So we're below 2,000. So we went more like 270, right? We went more like that way. And now we're going due north. So we're going like this way. And we're following a pretty substantial highway that goes north. So are we following this maybe? Yeah, this is why I say all the highways look the same. So this is why you can get yourself in trouble. You follow a highway thinking it's one and it's actually another. But in the interim though, we have now joined that outbound radial. And we're coming up on 10.5 miles on that radial. So if we take away this point that we haven't gotten to yet, but we put in BOS 340011, 11 miles. Okay, so yeah, that highway is slightly to our right, but we are east of this Class Delta airspace as long as we stay pretty close to the 340. Well, the other thing now is we are...
09, cross runway 22 right at Charlie, contact ground 121.9.
We're outside of this 10-mile ring. We can now climb to 2,500 if we want. 10.5-mile ring, properly speaking. But we're outside of that 10.5, so we can climb to 2,500 now if we want, if we can.
Cross 22 right at Charlie, and we'll contact ground 121.9. Hey, you did a great job tonight.
Thanks.
approach 514 Delta Victor with a question.
514 Delta Victor approach. Go ahead.
So the Nashua Delta, is that yours or Center's?
That Boston Center would control that under this configuration.
Roger, thank you.
Boston departure, good day, Jazz 634.
Okay, so that's going to be on 134.7.
Yeah, 634 Boston departure, wind 22013, runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff.
22 right, Clifford.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and... We don't have to check in with him. Now, what did I say?
Boston Center, Lufthansa 420, checking in. Do you want us over with approach?
And now we're beyond 15 miles.
133.0.
33 nothing, thanks for the...
So now we're beyond 15 miles. We're okay below 4,000. And then below 20 miles, we're okay at whatever altitude we want. But what did I say? If at 25 miles out, is when we really want to check in with the controller handling that delta. Meantime, let's get some weather information there. .METAR, KASH. Wind is calm, so are we going to end up on a straight in to runway 34?
JetBlue 3.
Or are we going to do... I'm sorry, 32 rather. Are we going to do a straight into runway 32, or are we going to end up on a downwind to 14? That'll be up to the controller. They will tell us what pattern entry to do when we talk to them. 2991, so we'll knock the altimeter down. Scattered at 7,000, scattered 11,000. No other concerning remarks there, so we are good. So we will check in. We will not be able to say we've got ATIS information blank, but we will say that we can check in with the weather. And 2991. 2991.
64, cross Charlie, Charlie,
there.
At, and maintain 12,000 to 12,000.
Anthony J is here. Anthony, how are you, man?
50 knots.
Good to make your acquaintance. We're doing the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England VFR training flights. We're on number 4 right now. And then we got a 3-hopper for leg number 5, for flight number 5.
And someone got stepped on in there. Check in there. Was that United 159 checking on?
Okay, so when this gets to 25...
Yeah, 159 Boston, rather.
So Boston 340025, so 340 radial and 25 miles out. That is exactly when we're 10 miles south and east of Nashua. So that's when we'll check in with the tower controller, which right now is Boston Center. Check in with our position and our altitude, and we'll let them know whether we want to do a full stop at Nashua. And then we'll see what he says he wants us to do. Meantime, we should be looking out for it. Yeah, ask away. Don't ask to ask, just ask. We should be looking out for it. It should be about at our 320. Or maybe slightly to our left. It should be right in here somewhere. I think that might be it right there. Boston Center, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, VFR request.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Boston Center, hello.
Yeah, we're 10 southeast of Nashua, 2,600 inbound for full stop.
November 514 Delta Victor, roger. Wind is calm at Nashua. Do you have a preference on which runway you'd like?
Nah, whichever one you want us to use.
Alright, so November 514 Delta Victor, proceed inbound runway 32, report a 5-mile final.
Oh. Alright, inbound for 32, and we'll report 5 out, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, easy enough, so we go straight in. He didn't literally use the words straight in, but he said proceed in. And here we are, looking straight down the barrel of it, so there we go. And when we were 25 DME, we were 10 miles from the airport, so when we're 30 DME, we'll be 5 miles from the airport. So that's when we'll check in, and I presume he wants that report just as a reminder that, hey, I'm now officially going to be in his airspace, and he can give me a landing clearance. I'm going to put the fuel pump back on, and you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. The closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, where we pull that toward the end of every single month, and in this case it will be the last day of the month. It'll be Monday the 31st, week from today is when we make that drawing next. Anton J, I'm a returning person for VFR5 played on release, had the Airbus joystick and throttle, I had to sell it due to personal reasons. Want to get back in the game, but wondered if I should do joystick versus yoke. So, that's, I mean, joystick's probably cheaper, yoke's more expensive, but depending on what type of aircraft you fly, yoke might be more up your alley. Now, you said you did, well, you said you had the Airbus joystick and throttle, but if you fly mostly aircraft with a yoke, you're probably going to want a yoke, comfort-wise and realism-wise, right? If you fly mostly aircraft that are steered with a joystick, then you probably prefer a joystick. But I would say the joystick gets you back in the game quicker because it's probably a smaller investment. You know, but really, if you know you're going to be back in the hobby for the, for the long run, and you're going to, you're going to spend some good time with it, then, I think the investment, if you know the investment's going to be worth it, then I would say make that investment now. Alright, we're going to start slowing down, which means we're going to start bringing the props up to faster speed. We're downshifting the car. RPMs are going faster, but we're not adding power. And we are just about 5 out here. Center Comanche 4, Delta Victor 5 out for 3-2 at Nashua.
Number 514 Delta Victor, wind calm, runway 32, clear to land.
Little land 32, 514 Delta Victor. Yeah, still a learner, so I would say, until you're really sure that you're going to be in the hobby for the long run, don't spend too much money on something you're not really sure you're going to get use out of. A joystick as a beginning control, I mean, anything is better than like a gaming controller, right? Because a gaming controller, you move it 1 inch to the left, 1 inch to the right, and you're fully deflected. If you do want something where you have a little bit more opportunity for finer control, right? But I think you can get an inexpensive joystick, really get, I mean, I flew with just a joystick for years before I got, my kind of more elaborate setup here. So I would say, just dip your toe in the water. Don't go all in on expensive hardware if you're not sure you're going to use it. Let's start worrying about getting the speed down here, guys. Let's get the gear out. Since we're below 150, we can do gear. And that'll stop it yelling at us when I drop the power out. And then once we get below the white arc, we can start deploying our flaps here. There's the white arc. We can go flaps 1. Alright, props and mix are full. Oops. Trying to do trim and I was throwing the rest of my flaps out.
United 5314, proceed direct Rulev, cross Rulev.
Are a little high.
7000, cleared RNAV.
A little high and fast still. And bring the power. We can bring the power back as far as we want now. Need to bring a little bit back in. I don't want to go crazy with chopping the power all the way down just yet. Watch out for these power lines here. Right, there we go. We're back on a good visual profile. Set of reds, set of whites.
JetBlue 64, contact New York approach on a 1.
We're down to 90 miles per hour. And so we're good on speed, good on profile. So we'll get it down to about 80. Try not to over-control the pitch, as I tend to do in this aircraft. Just a gradual power reduction and a gradual flare. Now we're looking all reds here, but visually I'm happy with where I am. Yeesh. Very badly over-controlled the pitch.
Delta 9377.
Horrific! Amateur hour here. Very badly over-controlled the pitch. I was trying to pull the power back nice and gently and just hold a nice, steady attitude, and man, I just... if I had a kind of a spasm or something, but I just jerked back on the yoke, and I was like, oh crap, that's going to be bad.
Delta 9377, if you're looking to disconnect, feel free to just disconnect and let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, well, we made it down. We didn't break anything. Except my pride. We clear the whole short bars. Let's make sure we're all the way clear of the whole short bars. And then we can go flaps in, probe off, landing lights, peak down, fuel pump off. And then we'll just check in. I think we're on Charlie because we're the one just north and west of the tower. We see the tower just ahead to our left here. So that tells us we must be off here in Charlie, because the tower's just ahead to our left.
Runway 22 right, line up away.
So let's go ahead and get clearance, taxi straight in. I said a 514 Delta Victor clear, 32 at Charlie. We're going straight into the ramp here.
514 Delta Victor, taxi to the ramp pitch frequency. Congratulations on passing wings VFR4.
Straight in via Charlie to this frequency, and yeah, and you don't actually have to put in. We've got credit for it before, so that'll save you some typing.
Roger that. Thank you.
Talk to you in a bit.
Delta 5798 Boston Center, good evening. Climb and maintain flight level 210.
All right, so taxi in. Go right up to the tower. We'll do a quick tour of the tower. Man, that was a just horrendous touchdown. But I was kind of keeping the speed up because I was so focused on answering the question, and then I realized, oh yeah, I probably should just maybe stop talking for a second and get my speed under control. That's okay. That's okay. Like I said, we didn't break anything. It just wasn't graceful. Okay, and so we're down. Parking brakes on. We can get the RPMs to 1,000. We'll lean the mix right to the point where that starts to drop.
JetBlue 1620, runway 23 right.
And that's right there. And everything else is good to go for a quick turn. Yes, we had some good recommendations for some beginning equipment there. Yeah, I think the upshot of the conversation is once you get hooked, it's like an addiction, and it can suck away all your money. All right, let's see how bad this was. I predict not good. Oh, wow.
JetBlue 1620.
Registered nice and smooth, and gave me a nice good score. I think that probably would score differently if it knew I touched down 3 separate times. And you can even see it. So I feel like that should ding you. That should decrease your score. But otherwise, we were right on center line, hardly any crab angle, right in the touchdown zone. So yeah. All great in that regard, and then we touched down 3 times. Okay, well, we'll take it. 52 is the number that registered. I know, who put the speed bumps in? I think I probably just put another couple speed bumps in myself. All right, 52 was the number that registered. Where were you guys? We had a couple of you right in that range. 45, 70, 54 is looking pretty good there. 43, 81, and 33. So it looks like High Power 54 is going to be the winning entry. All right, and the way this works, if you're new to the channel, once a month we do a drawing, and these entries that are made are the ones that are eligible for the drawing, and it's Slant Alpha merch or electronic gift cards that are up for grab. If you happen to be the winner that is selected on a week from tonight, then it's your choice as to whether you want a Slant Alpha t-shirt, a ball cap, coffee mug, or tote bag, which I will ship to you at my expense anywhere in the world, or you can choose an electronic gift card to Amazon.com or Xplane.org store or SimMarket.com. My power at cash.
Sorry, what's the person exchange?
24. So that drawing will happen a week from today, and if you're not here and your name is called, that's fine. I'll get in touch with you over Discord if you're on Discord. Not on Discord, I'll find you via Twitch Whispers, and then you can let me know what you'd like. By the way, since we're also talking about the stuff that's on that tab, I never did show you our slant artwork adventure for the evening. Our slant artwork adventure is it's a side project that we undertake on the channel just to create a fun image that becomes the thumbnail when we upload this to YouTube later. So I start with an image that we feed into image description, rather, that we feed into ChatGPT. It generates the image, and then once you guys see it, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then that allows you to suggest an addition or a modification to our slant artwork adventure. So for right now, since we're in Nashua, I figured I'd do a picture of myself standing outside of the actual Boston Air Route Traffic Control Center, ARTCC as some call it, or ARTEC as some others call it. But standing outside the Boston ARTCC building in Nashua, New Hampshire, which is where it is actually located. So there's our selfie for right now, and if you want to add to or modify that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. CB Flyer wants to get in on that action right away, so let me know what you'd like to do.
Hello.
In the meantime,
flight level 240.
Let's take a look at Wings VFR number 5. So this is a fun one. This is a 3-hopper, okay? So it's the you know, as they say here, it's the key. One of the key stages towards your PPL in real life is what's called the cross-country flight. It's designed to help you practice en route VFR navigation. We're going to go from Nashua to 2 other airports of our choosing, 1 towered, 1 non-towered. You'll be responsible for conducting the flight planning on your own and grasp the necessary VFR concepts. I am, and you can kind of go anywhere you'd like, it's got to be at least a 50-mile straight line distance from the original point. So that's the constraint. The example that they give here, first of all, they go over lots of weather information, because this is the first time they really cover a lot of weather information, although we've talked about it on stream, and we talked about it as essentially, extensively rather, in that first stream, because we had such poor, terrible weather, and we were talking a lot about what the METAR was saying. But this is a good lesson. VFR number 5 is a good lesson on METAR and the information that's contained therein, and really how it applies to VFR flight planning in terms of what you can and can't do, when you can and cannot fly under visual flight rules. Also talks about non-towered flight operations. We're going to talk about that more on the second hop, and it's essentially, there's no controller that works this field, so you would contact you would give advisories on 122.7 in this case, and you just, and 122.8 at this one, 122.8 at this one. Where's some other examples here? I guess those are the ones that are in the snip there. But in this case of Concorde, it's 122.7, and you just tune that frequency, and you don't have to wait for someone to call you. You don't have to call somebody. You don't have to wait for a response. You just give regular updates as to what you're doing, so that anybody else who happens to be operating at that airport has some sense of where you are, what you're up to, and what they might need to do to adjust their flight plan and their flight path to avoid hitting you. And then likewise, if you hear somebody else transmitting on that frequency, that should give you a sense of where they are, and you should adjust your plan and your path in order to avoid conflicting with them. So that's going to be covered kind of on our second hop.
Cargo 3905 is going to maintain 1111.
But this goes into a little bit of a difference between real life and VATSIM. And we are just going to choose the destinations used in the example here. So we're going to go from Nashua out to Lebanon.
You heard us, Cactus 320, we're at level 5,000 now.
And I believe...
Cactus 320, my apologies. Climb and maintain 14,000.
I believe this is another one where they encourage you not to do flight following, but only to talk to the controller while you're required to, which will be inside these deltas. Let me just see if I can find that.
As requested.
This is again more weather information. Selecting a cruising altitude we talked about.
The D798 descend via the Aerobucks through arrival runway 22 left transition.
Yeah, they're talking about doing visual points. I think we might, you know, dead reckon to this reservoir here and kind of go from there. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, pilotage, if you're relying strictly on visual navigation, it requires a longer flight path. Dead reckoning is a straight path, but then you have to cross-check that path with pilotage because you have to worry about the difference between your magnetic track and your ground track, which is affected by wind. So this is what this all talks about.
320, climb maintain flight level 220.
Climb maintain flight level 220, Cactus.
So this, yes, this does still say file a VFR flight plan.
And 320, correction, United 10, welcome back.
So even though we still do have to file a VFR flight plan, we still have to advise our intentions over the radio.
FedEx 151 Boston Center on departure, fly runway heading runway 24.
So the key question I have is, are we supposed to get flight following? And I don't think... We searched the word following.
JetBlue 1620, runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff. JetBlue 318, 22 left, clear to land,
steps,
wind
following things. If, okay. Lake Sunapee is a good way to mark the halfway point. If you elect to obtain flight following during this leg, don't change to the Concorde CTAF until you're told to by air traffic control. So it sounds like flight following is optional. I say, since we did an earlier, since lesson number 2 included the use of flight following, let's do this without flight following. And let's just verify up at the top the test standards. We select an appropriate route. We don't enter controlled airspace without talking to the correct controller. We do proper pattern entries and exits. Yeah, effectively communicates intentions, but it doesn't say anything about flight following. So I don't think it's required. So, alright, so let's move on.
1961 Boston.
We'll clear that out. We'll go World VFR. So leg number 1 is going to be K. Where are we? We're at ASH, and we're going to go K, LEB, Kleb. Lebanon Municipal. So 340 for 61 miles.
Come back at 61 Lima Alpha cross straight at maintain flight level 240.
You know, again, and I think we can, instead of trying to follow the highways and such, which can be difficult, we got to make sure we stay west of the Charlie here.
Concentrated my flight level 240.
So I think what we might do is let's go.
November 172 Delta Sierra Boston Center, go ahead.
Let's go at a 310.
Lima Whiskey Mike.
So we pass maybe these. We got a 3,200 foot peak here.
FedEx 151 radar contact.
And we got some terrain up here.
Reported climb maintain 15,000. Proceed on course. November 172 Delta Sierra, you are cleared to the Lawrence Airport via radar vectors direct, then as filed.
Yeah, we want to avoid this class Charlie, so that's our number 1 concern.
Truck 5555.
So I wonder if our step one ought to not be...
Lawrence Airport radar vectors direct and then is filed altitude 3000 and little squawk 5555 for 2 Delta Sierra.
288,
November
22 miles, and look for this Jaffrey airfield and then turn north. That way we'll know that we're west of this Charlie here. And if we see this
1620 Boston.
3,100 foot peak,
It's 5,000 feet, climb into
we can kind of use that as a turning point and then turn to the north. Then we can use this ridge and this Lake Sunapee
25 back with you.
as
25, Roger, welcome back.
cross references.
Maintain flight level 240.
We can, yeah, we can use the VORs as well. I mean, I really would like to try to do this all through visual navigation if I can, but we certainly can use radio navigation. We got the Gardner VOR down here, we've got the Concord VOR up here. We can certainly lean on those to cross-check our position, but I really want to do this visually if I can. 22 miles out on a 2, we'll call it basically a 290, and then kind of aim for this point here. The airport will be a couple miles before this point.
3905, expect the RNAV.
And then we can turn north, almost due north from there, almost exactly due north from there. Watch for the ridge, watch for the lake on our right, watch for this airport. We can kind of see the river coming up to from our west. We've got these other kind of spindly lakes here we can kind of use as cross checks. So I think we can do this visually, you know, using this Jaffrey airfield as our primary point, and then just cross-referencing this peak, this airport, these linear-looking lakes, and this little ridge here, and then Lake Sunapee and Parland Field as cross-checks as we proceed north from there. So that's, yeah, the dead reckoning with a strong contingent of pilotage to cross-ref with. Yep. So ELW hit the resub there. CB Flyer wants to put me into some colonial attire. Let's do that. And then let's, it does ask us to file a flight plan. So we can take the one that we filed for Wings 4, repurpose it for Wings 5. Now we're at KASH.
Delta Sierra. If we could, we'd like to do the ILS with the runway 5 in Lawrence.
30. 4,500 still fine. 150. We're going to go to Kleb. En route time total was 72. What's that going to be? About a half an hour? We'll say 0040. 03. 15 left in the tanks. VFR northwestbound is still the same, and everything else there is good. VFR wings number 5. Leg
number 172 Delta Sierra, can proceed direct Wumbu, cross Wumbu at or above.
Okay, so we got that filed.
ILS runway 5.
Good fixings is here.
Direct Wumbu will cross.
And if I missed anybody hello in the chat, then I apologize for that. Let's go ahead and get flaps and trim set for departure. Let's recalibrate our directional driver. Probably a few degrees off by this point, since I don't think I adjusted it. So it's a 134. Yeah, and it's man, it's almost 10 degrees off. Yeah, that's fixed. And then the altimeter, still don't have an ATIS at Nashua, so we'll do a METAR KASH 2992 now, so standard. Field elevation looks like it's right around 200 feet, and then let's verify that that is, oh, 200 on the nose. So that's a good, that's a good cross check there. Okay. So there you go, CB Flyer. He got me dressed in colonial New Hampshire attire there. And then, guys, if you want to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Auschwitz points, and let me know how you'd like to add to or modify that image. In the meantime, let's get underway with Wings VFR number 5, part 1 of 3. And we're down here by the control tower, and we want a VFR departure to the northwest. Really to the west-west.
I'm sorry, who was
You live right down the road from there, BSN Racing, nice. Wait, see, he was just talking to somebody. He might be talking to somebody that we can't
I
hear.
have you 1 by 2.
Well, I have him 0 by 0, so yeah, better than I have.
JetBlue 318, welcome to Boston. You can take Mike 1, Mike Bravo,
Okay,
and hold short.
We can't hear the aircraft that he's
approach.
talking to because he's talking to somebody who's on the ground a good distance away from here. We've got to just allow the space for that person to read back, and then we can jump in with our request.
JetBlue 1620, level 1, 4000, request item. JetBlue 1620, climb, maintain flight level 330. 330, JetBlue 1620.
Center Comanche 514 Delta Victor at Nashua with the weather. Looking for VFR northwestbound departure for wings VFR5.
FedEx 151, maintain 200 knots.
200 knots for FedEx 151.
And Comanche 514 Delta Victor, squawk 3504, and report ready to taxi.
Alright, squawk 3504, and we are ready to taxi 514 Delta Victor.
And November 514 Delta Victor, runway 32, taxi via either Foxtrot Alpha or Delta Alpha.
Okay, we'll go Foxtrot Alpha to 32514 Delta Victor. Clarifications purposes, we don't really need flight following, I don't think, for this one. So if you want to just depart us and be done with us for a little bit.
514 Delta Victor, roger, thank you, and WestJet 652 Boston, runway 22 right, on point.
So if he's not giving us flight following, he shouldn't need us on the discrete code, but I'll double check that with him.
3000 clear, 2 left bridge for west side.
JetBlue 318, cross runway 22 right, ground point. Manner.
Hold slow is here. Yeah, we're in the Comanche, the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. We're going through the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings over New England VFR training flights. So obviously designed for VFR flying. Now that doesn't necessarily mean single engine piston plane, right? VFR can be done in any aircraft that meets the requirements, which pretty much any aircraft does, almost any aircraft does.
3700 cleared RNAV RNP Zulu runway 19 approach.
But, typically speaking, VFR is often done in general aviation, privately owned single-engine piston aircraft, and these training flights are geared toward that kind of primary use case. Yeah, trying to do these flights in a 7.6, I think you theoretically can, but makes it a little more challenging when you're like 1,500 feet trying to follow a hill route back to runway 32 at Boston. And then is this the whole short line here? Or is this the IF? Yeah, that is the whole short line there, it looks like. Alright, since I yammered on long enough, let's go ahead and do a quick round up. RPM's 2,000, prop lever down and back. We do that with the mix continuing to be leaned. That helps us burn off the carbon deposits that might have formed on the plug tips.
Number 861 Lima Papa.
So we'll now go full rich. RP check.
Approach.
Bring it back to 2,000.
Center 172 Delta Sierra is on the ILS runway 5 at Lawrence.
And we saw only about a 75 RPM prop drop there.
172 Delta Sierra.
So yeah, we're good.
WestJet 652, runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff.
Boston Center, JetBlue 1118, we start our descent to Boston.
JetBlue 1118, descend to be the
right.
Roebuck 3 arrival, or runway 22 left transition, the Boston altimeter 291.
As soon as you guys have Roebuck 1, altimeter 791, lane G2 right for JetBlue 1118.
Alpaca 61 Lima Alpha cross Calverton, Charlie at maintain 2000 and 250 knots, New Island altimeter 293.
Okay, rest my feet for a second.
Roger, Prof. Charlie at 12,000.
Charlie.
And altimeter
Delta, can I help you?
Alpaca 61 Lima Alpha.
Cactus 320 cross Calverton, Charlie at and maintain 2000 and 240 knots.
Undocumented checklist item we can take care of while we're waiting.
3.
Cross Charlie at 12,000 and 240 knots, Cactus 320.
Clipper 25 cross Calverton, Charlie.
You got a whole line coming in on that same arrival.
250 knots, the land altimeter 293.
Cross Charlie at 120, Clipper 2500, 25.
FedEx 151, resume normal speed.
Resume normal speed, FedEx 151.
Southwest 2396, climb and maintain flight level 400.
Climb and maintain level 400, Southwest 2396.
Somebody else was trying to call him a second ago. Center Comanche 514 Delta Victor, short of 32 at Nashville, ready.
Jazz 634, contact Moncton 132.2.
And FedEx Boston Letter, WestJet
Yeah, Charlie everywhere, old slow, right?
WestJet 652 Boston, radar contact, climb and maintain 14,000.
Yeah, that's Calverton VOR.
Climb maintain 14,000.
And I forget which arrival that is that comes in over Calverton, and they all are heading into Kennedy. Got a nice stream of them, though.
Air Canada 765 Boston, good evening, runway 22 right, line up and wait. November 514, Delta Victor, straight out departure approved, runway 32 cleared for takeoff.
That's straight out, approved, and 32 clear for takeoff, 514 Delta Victor. Alright, strobe lights are coming on. Landing lights are coming on. BTO heat and fuel pump.
Delta 744 Boston Center, good evening. Can I get you 15 right for vectors?
Alright, well, if we're going straight out, then what's that mean in terms of Charlie busting? That means we can't go above 2400 until we're clear from that Charlie.
Transat 636.
Another Charlie. We're talking Charlie, which just Charlie everywhere. Alright, so 2400 until we're out from underneath that Charlie airspace. Okay, mix and props are full forward.
16 Lima, pop.
Takeoff power set.
Stairs, cross stairs at or above 3,200. Cleared RNAV, runway 15 approach, runway 15, clear to land.
Okay, there's 80, up and away. Slowly get the rudder input out.
1 Bravo Boston, good evening.
Here we are, pitch to 105. Okay, we are certainly not going to need to return to pavement. Flaps, gear, and fuel pump off. RPM's off the red line to 24. Manifold to 24.
22 left, 29091, FedEx 151.
Canada 159, runway 22 left, clear land. Air Canada 765, runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff.
And airborne at basically 8:30 Eastern Time.
I hit 2 at once. November 514 Delta Victor, were you checking in?
No, negative. We are airborne though, 1,100.
Alright, so 514 Delta Victor, radar contact altitude is reported. You can proceed on course.
I proceed on course 514 Delta Victor. Did you want us on flight following, or we can drop if you're busy?
514 Delta Victor, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, 514 Delta Victor. So that means we'll squawk 1200.
India 3905, 19 clips to land.
And we'll turn out to the west. And let's level it at 15 just because we got some low cloud bases up here.
WestJet 652, climb maintain flight level 330.
So 22 and 22.
Climb maintain flight level 330, WestJet 652.
Trim it out to trim it out to 1500 and lead it out to 14 gallons an hour. And then let's just kind of plot our course as we go here, so we don't lose track of our position.
Delta 74, that is correct.
A deep sigh from
course.
the controller. Let's get trimmed back down here. Okay, so let's take that point out right now.
And Boston are kind of from 65
You know, we got airborne
climb in the United States.
at about 8:30, and we're tracking about a 250 now. Oh, we're still picking up altitude. Let's get trimmed back down.
Alpaca 61 Lima.
We do 2,000 just to be assured. We got some rising terrain here, so maybe we ought to just do 2,000.
For Alpaca 61 Lima Alpha. Access 320 approach now 120.8.
I'm gonna change the nav radio for now because I don't want the guidance from the VOR unless we need it.
5,000 climb in the United States.
Canada 765, radar contact climate change.
So we've got a power line over here to our right we can follow.
14,765.
JetBlue 621, runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff.
Railroad, yes, so we might be following this power line out here.
Air India, welcome to Albany. Taxi the ramp of this frequency. Good night.
It's a theory.
American 6890 Boston, good evening. Climb and maintain flight level 370.
We have some lakes to our left here. One fairly sizable one, but we got a bunch in the area. I'm not 100% sure which is which here. That might be this one here. Corroborates with this power line being the one that we're following.
Were you looking at that
But if we find, and we got a little bit of a ridge line to cross here ahead of us, we got to watch for that. But then if we, this is 10, so this is 20 miles. So about 10 minutes after departure.
American 6890 can delete the speed.
Yeah, we can. We'll just say that we're 500 feet below these cloud bases. I don't know that we really are. From Halifax to JFK, there's a consistent line pipe power. So Monday nights, Moncton FIR up in Canada staffs up almost every week. They call it Moncton Mondays. And so I imagine there's probably a group flight that's taking advantage of that.
As long as you didn't land on anybody, I'm not fine with that tonight. Delta 5798, direct Noli. Noli is crossing Noli out above 3,000, so I also rate 22 off the first.
Okay, so we're following a chunk of power line that goes off in about a 300 direction. Is that this here, maybe? Yeah, it's probably that stretch right there. So if we see up ahead, the power line takes a dive to the left, and then we see this field, and we see this little set of lakes here, then we'll know that's where we are. I feel like the power line takes a dive to the right up ahead. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe it crosses this ridge and goes left, and then straight ahead is the lake.
On the ILS runway 22 left.
And then just to the right of that would be the airport.
At or above 3,000.
Okay, so I think we're good. I think we've got
ILS runway 22 left approach.
I think we've got pretty good corroboration of our position right now. So I'm not going to worry about radio navigation cross references. We do see ahead to our right, we've got some higher terrain and some lower clouds. We're going to box ourselves in. So this is one of those moments where you'd be looking at aeronautical decision making and be like, okay, should I really be heading toward higher terrain and lower cloud bases? And the answer to that would be, yeah, that's not a real safe idea. That's not a real safe idea.
Clipper 25, approach now 120.
Charlie.
I'm going to need some pliers.
Nothing is here.
Set of 30-weight ball bearings.
Clipper 25.
Oh, you need ball bearings.
120 pointing.
It's all ball bearings nowadays.
So yeah, we're looking very much like we're boxing ourselves in here. So, in order to really maintain VFR, we have to be at, you know, a safe distance above any populated airspace. A safe distance above any populated area, and we have to be at least 500 feet below the clouds. Speaking of safety, here I am, says Melvin, right?
Air Canada 669, our radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
You know, again, one of the things that this Wings Over New England program is supposed to teach is this kind of decision making, right? And they encourage, honestly, like I'm going through the sequence I'm going through the series in sequence. You know, VFR 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then IFR 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth. The organizers of this series, they really kind of encourage you, hey, if the weather is not VMC, we kind of prefer that you maybe try going through the IFR flights that day. Or maybe you consider taking, you know, an alternate. Instead of doing this from Nashua to Lebanon, maybe do this for between two other Delta airports in the Boston airspace that are 50 miles apart but have better weather. So they encourage you to kind of use that weather information to do, you know, more careful, more thoughtful weather-related flight planning. You know, so like I said, we're pushing this today because I want to do these in sequence, so that they're, you know, we have a nice library of these flights on the stream for you guys to follow through, and, you know, has some examples as to how to do this. However, you know, with a nice low cloud base like this is probably something you want to try to avoid getting yourself into this situation.
You looking for clearance? November 193 Victor, you are cleared to the Martha's Vineyard.
So I feel like
Airport.
we're kind of, as we turned ahead of getting to this Jaffrey airfield, but we are turning kind of to the north. This is a 355.
2000 initially.
How close are we tracking? Yeah, we're doing pretty well. We were slightly east of north there for a moment. Now we're going to be west of north for a little bit.
Verify your equipment topics.
See if we can find another lake that we're tracking toward.
No worries. Read back correct and call me for taxi expect runway 23.
Yeah, we're gonna watch. We might, you know, as you go through these little ridges and valleys and passes, you have to be careful about updrafts and downdrafts too. Don't have your head buried in the chart when you're making a pass over terrain and through a gap like this. This is where there's even a small steady wind as it comes through these little passes can kind of rock you around a little bit. And Flight Sim 2020 and 2024 are better than their predecessors about simulating some of those effects.
My apologies if I missed you in the pile of traffic again. November 504, November Tango departure, fly.
Well, what I think we're doing at this point, we're kind of tracking west. And it might be easiest
runway 33, my apologies.
if we just find this north to south river and follow that the rest of the way up. And I think that might be our safest bet in terms of visual navigation. Kind of see there's that river going from left to right there ahead of us. I think we just joined that. That might be the
Cathay 811 Heavy, runway 15 right, land for lane.
Might be the best way to stay low.
Delta 5798, runway 22 left, clear to land.
That river is going to have cut a little bit of a valley through this set of foothills, and that way we'll be able to keep low. And then we'll only need to talk to the center controller once we are within about 10 miles of arrival at Lebanon. And what we can do, we can tune in this Claremont NDB on 233
cross straight and maintain flight level 240.
And as we follow the river northbound,
United 36 Boston,
our ADF should point ahead of us. But at the point where it starts pointing behind us,
yeah, 36 Boston, good evening, climb maintain flight level 3.
we'll know that we're 16 miles out from our destination. So let's do that.
We're just resuming on nav up model 200.
Alright, United 36 Roger. Thank you.
233.
Center Transat 636, so we've reached our top of descent.
And we'll swap that in.
636, descend via the Ocean 5 arrival.
And we might be too far away and too low to receive anything on it yet. It looks like we are.
Descent through the Ocean 5 arrival.
Not yet receiving anything, that is.
Latest data Transat 636.
Delta 744, descend via the Ocean 5 arrival. Runway 22 left transition, the Boston altimeter, 29er, 9er.
And we got a pretty sizable.
Descend via the Ocean 5, 22 left transition, 29er, 9er, 1. Altimeter Delta 744.
North-south leg here.
48, flight level 360.
Rouge 1648 Boston, good evening.
Is that this here, perhaps?
1690, can we expect a runway at Logan?
No. You can expect a helipad.
Who's looking for a runway, boss?
American 6890.
American
just,
6890, can expect 22 left.
probably just read the ed's information.
6890, thanks so much.
Southwest 850 Boston Center, my apologies for the wait. 22 right, cleared for takeoff.
22 right, cleared for takeoff, Southwest 858.
Ryder 1242 Boston, radar contact altitude gets 2,700 feet, climb and maintain 1414,000.
1414,000,
JetBlue 1118, proceed direct Wayne, cross Wayne at or above 2,000, cleared ILS runway 22 left approach, 22 left, clear to land.
Proceed direct Wayne, clear for Island 2 left. JetBlue 1118 will cross Wayne at 2000.
And clear to land.
FedEx 151 heavy, descend and
That was the
maintain
important
3,000.
3000, FedEx 151 heavy.
Boston West 6225, level
Alright, so we're still trying to make our way over
4 November Tango, radar contact
to the west.
Direct Putnam.
Still not receiving that Claremont NDB yet. And now it looks like we're slightly east of north, right? We gotta watch.
And
Really do need to kind of make our way leftbound. Let's proceed leftbound.
Flight level 240.
I'll drink to that.
American 6890, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 240.
240 at pilot's discretion for American 6890, thank you.
Boston Center, Canada 764-340, looking at stop and climb at 350. Canada 764 Boston, roger. The Blue Streak 692, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 240.
Yeah, still not receiving anything on 233 on the ADF. We want to swing over to the west if we can here.
Right, 240 discretion, Jazz 692.
So maybe after this next little ridge, we cut left and we try to make our way west. I really want to make sure that we pick up the river here before we get so far north that we accidentally encroach on that delta before we realize it.
KLM 681 Boston, good evening.
So let's cut west.
1242, climb and maintain flight level 350.
On 350, Ryder Toledo.
Southwest 858, radar contact, altitude gets 2,300 feet, climb and maintain 1414,000.
Keep an eye on this ADF needle, make sure that it doesn't start coming in on us. If it does, that'll help us out in terms of knowing where we are.
Delta 5798, Port Boston, Mike 1, Mike Bravo, cross runway 4 left approach.
Mike 1, Mike
We've got a fairly significant point ahead of us here.
Across the runway 4 left approach.
4 left approach. Delta 5798.
Delta 5798 ground is 0.9.
But I want to kind of be sure that we're not
0.9, Delta 5798.
coming up further east than we think we
For
are.
your patience, I'll have a take-up for you here in a few moments. Delta 2639, descend via the Roebuck Street arrival, runway 22 left transition to Boston altimeter 29er and 9er 1.
Stand by the arrival, runway 22 left transition, and the altimeter is 29991, Delta 2630.
Yeah, so after this ridge, I want to cut left. Because I'm just kind of concerned here.
Delta 209, Boston, good evening. Direct, you can come
Is this, is it possible that this is Lake Centipede?
210, Delta 20.
If it is, we're way further north than I realized we were. We're not encroaching on any deltas yet, if it's the case. I mean, we've got a road that goes right to the west of it. No, it doesn't have that road right to the west of it.
November 83 Victor, I will thank you for the message. I will call you in a few moments. Take Doctor 193 Victor. FedEx 30 Boston.
That's actually I don't know, east and west. What am I? I'm facing.
FedEx 151.
Facing northwest now.
Noli, crossing Noli at 3000.
So that this lake goes northwest and southeast. I'm sorry, northeast and southwest.
22 left, FedEx 151.
Cathay 11 heavy, runway 15 right cliff takeoff. 15 right cliff takeoff, Cathay 11.
Is that this down here then?
That is 298, I made a mistake, I made the wrong turn on my connection to steer on Kilo.
Let's just continue tracking as west as we can go. I want to make sure that we pick up that river.
Request leaving cockpit 10 minutes, please.
Before we get up into accidentally encroaching. Okay, oh. So now we got the NDB that is still showing to our north. All right, well, that's good news. That's good news. That means we haven't encroached on that delta. That means we're still south of this position somewhere. So we're still somewhere in here. Maybe through these lakes. Let's continue tracking to the west.
858, climate
maybe toward this one here.
Level 340.
Climb and maintain flight level 340, Southwest 858.
And eventually we'll hit this north-south river here.
FedEx 151, contact Birch 133.
But if we see that 233 Claremont beacon is off to our right, then worst case scenario, we can track directly to it and then north and east from there.
I'm sorry, who's looking for 380?
West at 1625.
West at 1620, sorry, 1625, climb maintain flight level 380.
Climb maintain 30, West at 1625, thank you.
Roadblock must get request to cross runway 22 left, right correction.
Right, Cessna 1983 Victor on departure fly.
One thing we'll do. Let's do a couple things here.
110 runway 1.
Right, I know where I'm not. I'm a missile right now. I know where I'm not,
clear for takeoff.
but I don't know where I am.
110 for 193 Victor. I'll call you in a bit. Delta 2639, contact approach.
So first things first, let's track directly toward this lake. And it looks like we're tracking at 285 exactly. Okay, so we do need to correct this back a little bit. Secondly, let's rotate this into a 285. And let's see what our bearing to that NDB is.
Cathay 11, climb maintain flight level 330.
Bearing to that NDB is almost exactly a 330. So if we go out from that NDB on a 1.5, let's see where it intersects a pretty sizable lake.
Boston Area Canada 718, just for flighting purposes, can we confirm crank 7000? Boston Center, evening, chart right 227, flight level 400.
Yeah, I feel like That big round
Alright,
thing
you
with
send
a
Boston
tail
on.
coming off to the north, you would think that that would be pretty distinctive here.
Speedbird 116, climbing to 17,000.
Are we here?
Bluebird 116 Boston.
That's my
hello.
theory.
116 climbing to flight level 370.
Maintain 370.
That's my theory, but then the NDB would be at a 007.
Singapore 2806 heavy flight level 410.
And
Singapore,
maybe if we turn this to a 295, yeah, no. We're still east of where I'm marked.
Air Canada 718 cross crank at maintain 7,000 aircraft altimeter 2995.
95 cross crank 7,000. We might be a bit high for that.
Roger,
We
thank you.
might still be east of where I'm
JetBlue
marked.
1118, final to 2 left.
Are we at this one?
Papa Romeo Alpha. Sierra contact Boston approach 133.0.
Are we at this one?
Roger, Alpha.
That might make more sense.
And JetBlue 1118 contact approach 133.0.
One 6.0, JetBlue 1118.
November 1983 Victor radar contact.
Thank you, sir. Climbing out 1,200 for 2,000.
And 193 Victor.
Alright, so if we're tracking almost exactly a 300,
060 to join Victor 167.
and the NDB is still at a
060 for Victor
340 almost, yeah, we might be right in here.
Bob Center, good evening. W234, we are direct news and flight level 270 at noon.
W234 Boston, good evening to you.
So ahead and to our right,
81 radar service terminated frequency
kind of at a
approved.
340, isn't kind of high peak.
Air Canada 667 radar service terminated frequency change approved.
Don't see the frequency change approved.
Well, still don't see it. I mean, worst case scenario, we know how to get to that
November 6
airport.
Lima Papa 15 Colonel.
We know how to get to Claremont.
45 clear to land, 6 for Papa next.
We can get to Claremont just by following that arrow. So we know we're south of Claremont. With that knowledge, I feel safe that we're not in any airspace that we shouldn't be.
November 4 November Tango climbing maintain 7,000.
7,000 for November Tango?
Should we just
Reback.
Could we just turn direct to that? Or are we
November 83
finally...
Victor climbing maintain 5,000.
We're finally joining that river.
Delta 209 descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left transition. The Boston altimeter 290.
Yeah, high power, that's what I kept thinking. And I kept surprising myself that it was further out to the west than I thought it was, but I think we finally do have it in sight here.
2 to left, and the Boston for 2, 901. Delta 20.
You know, but the key point being, we know that Claremont NDB is still to our right. So my concern was, oh my gosh, did I wander way up through here, and are we like stumbling into this delta because I was way up further north than I thought I was? But I don't think that's possible. If Claremont NDB is still to our right, then we've got to be still in here somewhere.
Singapore 2806 cross fuel at
So this
maintain
does
flight
indeed
level
finally look like the
200.
river that I've been looking for. So I think we're good.
Cross fuel at 200, Singapore 206.
WestJet 652 contact Moncton Center 132.2.
Florida Moncton 132.2, WestJet 652.
Looks like we're tracking at a 291.
5 arrival, runway 22 left transition, the Boston altimeter 290.
And we set this to a 291.
636 contact approach 133.0.
And that NDB is just east of north now.
Descend via Eagle after 1648.
United 1545 cross Calverton, Charlie, had maintained 2000 and 250 knots, stealing out of the altimeter 290.
So we're good, we're joining the river.
Question the Long Island altimeter 293.
Charlie, cross at 1000 and 250 knots, Long Island altimeter 293,
We're joining the river. The river's further west than I thought it was.
59 flight level 170.
But we're good now. And then when we pass Claremont NDB, we'll know that we're 16 miles out, and we'll check back in with the center controller unless there's somebody else handling that Class Delta airspace up there.
American Flight 659, go ahead.
4689 Boston, just making sure that you get lost in the frequencies there.
Yeah, roger.
And it looks like we're right around this harsh left, which means that NDB is right there. So if we get up to this harsh left, and that NDB swings by, then man, we'll have wound up way further north than I realized we were. We would have taken a path more like this, I think, maybe. Oops.
Runway 22 left, transition to Boston, correction, the J Fund to arrival, 22 left, transition to Boston, altimeter 29.
J Fund 2 for 22 left.
So great example of how VFR navigation can go wrong. Yeah, watch out for gliders, right? Yeah, gliders out here all through the river, south and west of Claremont.
Alright, descend via the J Fund 2 for 22 left, 690 feet.
Canada 764, descend via the J Fund 2 arrival, runway 22 left, transition to Boston, altimeter 29 and 901. J Fund 2.
Alright, well, let's get some weather at Lebanon then. Meet our KLEB. Wind is calm there, broken at 8,000, 2992.
No problem, have a nice night. Break, WestJet 62 Moncton 132.2.
And we've got, what do we have in terms of runways there?
American Flight 659, requesting flight level 00.
We got a 18 and 36, and we got a 25 and 7.
Who's looking to climb up 31?
We can go whichever one of them
Flight 659,
they want us to.
American 4069, climb maintain flight level 210.
Roger, 210 for American Flight 659.
So in addition to seeing the needle swing past, we should see the Claremont Airport.
Request, go ahead.
East and west 3,100 foot runway, just north and east of that little corner there. Right in
1242.
Right in here, it looks like.
Are you able to fly the Ocean 5 RNAV arrival?
Stand by.
Or is it right? Oh, it's right up here. Yeah. Yeah. So there's the airport.
I got a Rouge 2040 catering. Good evening, Boston. Good evening, Squawk 7336.
7336.
Arrow's pointing right toward it, but I bet it's about to swing past.
Alright, running there 1242, cleared to the Boston
Field
Airport
elevation.
via the Ocean 5 arrival. Correction.
At
Cleared to the Boston
Lebanon
Airport via
is
direct AJ, then the Ocean 5 arrival.
603.
Copy 1961, have you requested set for New York?
Yeah, so there's our Claremont Airport there.
Correction, cross Calvert and maintain 12,000. And
matter of fact,
Long Island altimeter 299.
to be completely honest, if we were passing right over that airport, you know what I would do? I would tune in 122.7 and I would broadcast on that frequency. Comanche 5, Claremont traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor's transiting south to north at 2,500 Claremont. That way anybody in the pattern at the airport who might be departing and planning on climbing out and joining the river, they'll know that there's already traffic there, and they should look out for that traffic. On VATSIM, it's really unlikely that there's anybody operating at that airport, but in the real world, you do want to kind of err on the side of safety, make the broadcast, even if you're not landing or departing at that airport, you're operating in very close vicinity to that airport, and you should do them the courtesy of letting them know that you're there. VATSIM, you can kind of get away with not doing that.
Korean 086 Boston Center, good evening.
Alright, so we were 16 miles south. Let's just say we're 15, maybe 14 miles south now. Check in with center. Let him know that we want to land at Lebanon. It's Howard Field, so he should tell us which runway he wants us to use.
Contact approach 133.0, good night.
Over to approach. Thanks for the help tonight, and thanks for not rage quitting.
And if he gives us the option, then we'll join a left downwind to 25. Oops, I was just about to jump in. Okay, yep, and that needle has swung past, so that indeed was Claremont Airport that we just saw go underneath of us.
American 6890, can I continue descending?
American 6890, descend via the J Fund 2 arrival, runway 22 left, transition, the Concord altimeter 29902.
2992 and J Fund 2, 52 left, apologies. American 6890.
Chart 227, radar service terminated, frequency change approved. Bus Center Delta 234 will be cleared for Roebuck 3. Delta 234, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, transition middle off, altimeter 29901. Thank you so much, cleared Roebuck 3, 22 left transition.
Okay, let's check in.
For Delta 234.
Center Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 10 Southwest 11 and 2,500.
And Air 514 Delta Victor Boston, Roger, hello. And November 514 Delta Victor, runway 25, clear for the option.
Clear for the option 255 and 4 Delta Victor, we'll stop.
Boston Center, United Nations 727 Heavy 14000.
Okay, so he chose for us.
United Nations 727 Boston Center, good evening, climb maintain flight level 400.
Climb maintain 400, United Nations.
He chose for us, but he told us clear for the option. We're at this little bend right here, so we're still 8 miles south and west. We're just going to enter a left downwind.
Checking in, is that United 3904?
He's already cleared us for the option, so we don't need to worry too much about what we're doing there. We're just going to get to that little bend. We're going to turn to a 047, go 8 miles, join a left downwind, and then we're going to go ahead and land. And we're already cleared for the option, and one of the options is land, so we're good. Because of that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the fuel pump on, kind of as a reminder that we got our landing clearance. You guys can start putting in some predictions in terms of the descent rate at the moment, the wheels touch runway surface in terms of feet per minute. The closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Drawing will take place 1 week from today. Alright, so here's that little bend where the river comes right up next to the road. And then we're going to turn right. I'll tell you what we can do is we can turn the two arrows here to 25. That way we have kind of a visual reference as to the orientation of the runway. And we should be kind of looking out to our right. Get out around this next bend here. Really, honestly, we get to this point where we follow the river, the airport's going to appear right in front of us. This little chute of the river should put us right on the downwind. Again, the field elevation there, we said 603.
Good evening, United 3904, flight level 36012, miles direct, even.
United 3904 Boston Center, good evening.
I don't see, I think it's tucked in that little valley there.
Rouge 2040, you are leaving airspace. Moncton Center's closed. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. Good night.
Frequency change approved for Rouge 2040. Have a good evening,
Boston Center, United 16 Heavy 70
United 16
Heavy. I am going to start
Center,
slowing the aircraft. We're going to
climb and maintain flight level.
Back the power down just a little bit, but we're going to speed the props up. Again, if you ever driven a manual transmission vehicle down a hill and you've downshifted into a lower gear while letting off the gas in order to kind of help keep the speed under control, that's what we're doing here. The RPMs are getting higher, but we're not adding power. Matter of fact, we're getting off the gas, right? Okay, there's our airport, I think, right in front of us.
Descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left.
We got some terrain to navigate on this pattern, don't we?
29901.
Descend by the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, and Boston altimeter 29901 for American.
Alright, we're down below 150 knots. We'll go ahead and drop the gear.
Transition 210 knots.
Transition 210 knots for American flight 59.
American 6890, contact approach 133.0.
Okay, we're wide arc. We can drop the first notch of flaps in. I'm going to add some power because I don't want to fall out of the sky just yet. Man, a little bit of terrain to contend with on the pattern on this side.
396, call sign, go ahead.
So we'll clear the ridge, and then we'll turn base and final. And again, he's already cleared us for the option. A little unusual, but he already cleared us for the option, so we don't need to confirm any kind of landing clearance. We do have permission. Once you're cleared for the option, you do have permission to touch that pavement. Alright, I want to maintain some terrain clearance here, but I think I'm getting a little ridiculously high.
600 inbound to Marb.
Canada 1241 Boston, good evening, climb and maintain flight level 360, break route 1648, come to departure 133.0.
Okay, we got the gear out, we got first notch of flaps out, we got the fuel pump on.
Power request to Halifax when you have a sec.
Yeah, hopefully only one touch this time, 5 power says yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, we were cleared for the option, that gives us a touch and go. But does it give us a touch and go and stop, and does it give us a touch and go and touch and go and touch and go and touch and stop?
American 4659, turn right heading 180, vectors for sequencing.
It's an option.
Right heading 180, vectors for sequencing, American 4659.
November 1983 Victor, the Martha's Vineyard altimeter 29er.
And if we square off this base turn, it almost looks like the highway comes right up into the base of the runway, almost.
Okay, 29905 for 192 Victor, looking for the island.
Okay, field elevation 600, so traffic pattern altitude 1600. Puts us pretty close to this ridge here. But I think we are essentially finally at a more sensible pattern elevation.
I'm
gonna run it out just a little bit longer here.
1253 to Singapore 2806.
Turn it in over this
Southwest 858,
over this school or whatever this property is here. Touch and go, get a beer, Papa Charlie, right?
You have a good one, and have a good evening. See ya. Southwest 868.
We're in Chopper, so we're just gonna head off. Thanks for the DC location.
It's Center Delta ATC. Just want to make sure we got that IFR request. Weren't stepping on somebody.
That's a right-hand turn off onto Bravo if we make it down.
Attorney 1 Bravo, 10 miles before top-off system.
Okay, and it's a pretty tight turn from base to, downwind to base to final. We do want to kind of level the wings. Check for any traffic coming in straight in. We see none, we'll turn.
And I JetBlue 993, if it's possible, can we get up to 360 on 7340?
Qatar 1 Bravo cross, trade at maintain flight level 240.
We're a little high and a little fast.
Qatar 1 Bravo
we've got time.
Trade at maintain flight level 240.
Roger.
We're good, yeah, I was going to say, as we roll out, I was just going to say, the sight picture is really coming back in now, so I bet you the lights will in a moment as well.
Mike, what day is it, Mike?
American 4659, proceed direct to Roebuck.
80's right where we want to be, a little high side still.
4659.
JetBlue 993, can we get up to 360?
JetBlue 993, climb maintain flight level 360.
Maintain flight level 360.
80's right where we want to be. Smoothly pull the power out, smoothly roll the nose up, and smoothly roll a little bit of rudder into fix that crab angle.
Flight level 240.
WestJet 1625, sorry, say again, please.
WestJet 1625, cross trait at maintain flight level 240.
Cross 310, level
a little better, little floating. Not quite on center line. But certainly better than that first one.
Center, November 1983 Victor, request. November 1983 Victor, go ahead. Yeah, I'd like to do the ILS 24 full stop starting at peak. November 983 Victor, approved as requested. Proceed direct. Peak, you're going to do the full approach with the procedure turn? Nope, I'm not going to do a procedure turn, sir. Just peak, full stop.
Perfect by my standards, says Rookie 31st. Yeah, not by mine, but good enough by my standards.
1983 Victor. Roger.
Strobes, landing lights off, fuel pump pitot off.
The procedure is not allowed for arrivals at peak on Victor 167 eastbound, which you happen to be. Then I will do the procedure turn, sir. No problem. All right, number 1983 Victor cleared runway 24 approach 24.
And we need to get clearance across 18 on the way into the ramp here.
With the procedure turn to 24 clear to land 1983 Victor. Thank you.
Center 514 Delta Victor's off of 25 at Bravo on Lebanon.
November 14 Delta Victor. Where are you looking to park?
Right over by the tower's fine. We can get cross of 18.
All right, 514 Delta Victor, taxi via Bravo 2 cross runway 18.
All right, Bravo 2 cross 185 for Delta Victor. Thanks.
Jazz 692, contact approach 133.0.
All right, we're to approach 133.0, Jazz 692, we'll see you.
I'm always more critical of myself than I need to be, says Iowa Scotsman. Yeah, but Jet Pilot Cinnamon's call out about the center line was certainly deserved. And of course, our landing analysis tool was going to call us out on that as well. I was trying to get the crab angle dialed in, and I did that too early, which then affected our center line adherence. So, yeah, every landing is a learning experience. Sometimes it feels like we don't learn anything. Sometimes I feel like I learn a lot and then I don't apply what I've learned for the next landing. I guess maybe that's the way to look at it.
About 20 miles southwest of Bradley, looking to a full stop with look weather. And the Caravan 1 of Hotel Foxtrot, Boston Center. Squawk 7712, report to Bradley Airport.
JPC says I beat my sim students up. Yeah, no. It deserves, right? You should always be looking for where you can improve.
And I got the field inside right now.
And I know you guys sometimes, you beat me up over how much I beat myself up, but you know, you should always be looking for where you can improve.
Qatari 1 Bravo cross.
Doesn't mean you're beating yourself up, it just means you're trying to get better every time you go. Sometimes I succeed at that and sometimes I don't. Anyway, yes, the center line was the big thing. I'm sure we're going to run it for.
Bravo cross Calverton, Charlie at and maintain 1212.
All right, so leg number 1 of VFR5 is now done. Let's see how the landing worked out for us. It scored us an 89 out of 100, so that's not bad. 82 is the descent rate. Touchdown zone, center line. Crab angle was not bad. Center line was not as good. And we knew that. Yeah, we were 3 meters to the right, which is roughly equivalent to 10 feet to the right.
Where are you located? I don't see your
4 meters to the right by the time we touched. 5 meters to the right by the time we touched down.
Squawk 4307.
15 feet to the right. 16 feet to the right. And then brought it immediately back to center line on the rollout, which is it. At least I got that going for me.
12,000 and 250 knots.
We came in kind of steep, but I did flare it out relatively well. I was okay. I was happy with the vertical profile. I know we were kind of high and steep. It was almost like a bush style approach here, but I felt like we handled the energy a little better here than we did previously. So yeah, overall vertical profile was better, lateral profile a little something to be desired, but the number that registered in terms of the predictions was 82, and so let's see how you did with that. We came in with numbers of 131, 99, 54, 72, 43, 88, 50, and 48, and 70. So 82, was it? So 82 to 88 ELW
FedEx 30
was 6 away.
230 knots.
And then how if we've been 6 away on the low side, that would have had to have been a 78. No, a 76 or better, right? So 76 to 88 is the winning range, right?
Do you want us to head over to approach?
76 to 88, so do we only have...
Delta 234, you can approach 133.0.
Yeah, 72 is too low, 70 is too low.
You did awesome.
88 is going to be the winner. If you guys see it differently than I do, let me know. But by my math, ELW 124 grabs the entry here. And where are we? We're at Kled.
1625. Just confirm, please, if we've quickly start our descent momentarily, but send and maintain 240 cross on track.
West of 1625, that is correct. Treat that, maintain flight level 240.
Roger, thank you. West 1625.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a quick break out of the cockpit. Little liquid recycling needs to be done before we move on. But we are going to... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Don't call it Unicom. Call it advisories. Anyway, we're going to press on with the second of 3 parts of Wings number 5. So the first part was a 50-mile trip, and we did it just as it was shown in the example here from Nashua to Lebanon. By the way, while I'm looking at it, what was our path like? Yeah, wow. So, all right, so we were well south of that Lake Centipede. We didn't really get that far north before I panicked and turned west. But yeah, I think we were tracking more northerly than I thought we were. And then by this point, I was like, holy cow, I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I need to find this river, or else I'm not certain I know where I am.
Approach on... Sorry, approach 1230, American Flight 250.
So anyway, yeah, interesting path, but once we found that river, I was a lot more confident as to where we were. Anyway, so that's leg number 1 of our Wings number 5. Leg number 2 is going to take us to Concord, and we'll talk about what navigation method we might use to find that when we get back from our intermission. Why don't I ever land at 131, rookie? Just to spite you, dude, because I don't like you.
In fact, I do. They just took your tag and contact approach 133.
because I couldn't hit it if I tried, man. Because I couldn't hit it if I tried. Anyway, we'll be back, and we'll press on with Wings VFR5 and the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England program in just a bit. Sit tight, friends.
FedEx 30, contact approach 120.8.
12326, 38, thank you, morning.
Charlie 1 Bravo, approach 120.8.
120.8, Charlie 1 Bravo.
Canada 765, Meyer Space Radar Service terminated, frequency approved.
Delta Center United 125 for 2320, third course.
United 375, good.
It's 125, and we're wondering, I know we're scheduled for the anti-transition of the Foxy 4, to get the band use transition instead of the SMC stuff working.
Got a close one, guys. Get muffled there. What was your request?
Could get the band use transition for the Foxy 4 instead of the anti-transition?
United 125, I don't see on the scope. Where are you located?
Oh, we're not walking anything right now, so I just hopped on. And I was, I didn't have any ATC by the bar.
Alright, United 125, you can fly for now, closing in a couple minutes here. November 1. Delta Fox, protect message frequency, please. Alright, I'm just gonna go straight ahead to the, just straight ahead. I'll stay with you, 1 Fox, thanks. American 1463, descend via the Robux 3 up, runway 22 left, transition to Boston altimeter 29991. 29991, descend via the Robux 3 arrival, 22 left, transition American 1463. Boston Center, Southwest 1682, with you, flight number 240.
Alright friends, we're back with you. We're doing the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings over New England flights. We're on VFR number 5, and number 5 is the 3-hopper. We're on second leg of number 5. We're going to go Lebanon to Concord. Let's go ahead and put this in KLEB, KCON. And I think what we want to do is I think we depart here and we head over here. And we try to join this river. Is this the Hudson? No, this is the Connecticut River over here. What's this one then?
Approved requested in the Alvin altimeter 294. 94682.
I don't know the river geography through here. This is the one that comes out just north of Boston and Beverly. So whichever one that is the one that we're going to join.
Sorry, 3 Victor, runway 24.
But anyway, we're going to depart. We're going to go 25 miles east. We're going to look at this 3,000-foot peak, and we're going to stay to the south of it. And then we're going to join this river that comes southbound from there. And that should take us right into Concord. Concord's a non-towered field, so we won't need to talk to the controller there. We'll only need to talk to the controller to get us out of Lebanon. And then we'll stop here, and then we'll take off again. And then we'll figure out how we're getting back to Nashua. There we go. This is leg number 2. Now let's go ahead because
that's actually the United.
The Wings over New England lesson material encourages us to do this.
Yeah.
IFR, we're a PA24. Wake categories light, SDF, Lima. We're going to go K-Lab. Off block at 0140, maybe? 3,500, not 35,000, 3,500, 150. Arrival K Con. No alternate. Total distance is 50 miles. We're going to call that 0025. Fuel endurance, I'm going to guess and say we've got 245 left in the tanks. We're going to call it VFR Southeast. Bound. And then wings VFR5 Leg 2. And then the
JetBlue 1151 Boston. I'm closing in 3 minutes. If you'd like, I can get you a clearance, but I won't be around to.
Okay, so it sounds like we are going to do the rest of this without Boston Center.
Sure, why not?
Boston,
we'll get the clearance.
and that means when we get back to Nashua, that means approach is not going to cover that either. What that means for us, though, is that I will just talk through the radio calls that we would make and receive, just so when you guys look at this flight later to use it as a model for performing these on the VATSIM network with Boston air traffic control, judging your performance, you'll have some sense of what you should expect to hear and what you should expect to say. Even if we don't have a controller on tonight, I'll do my best to talk you through that. Real quick, our Slant Artwork Adventure is also still running. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is a side project. We feed an image description into ChatGPT to create an image that represents the live stream when we upload it to YouTube later. Once I show you that image, you then can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabet's points, to then suggest a modification or addition to that artwork. We started with myself at Nashua, the real world Boston virtual, Boston non-virtual ARTCC is in Nashua, New Hampshire, and so this is a picture of me standing outside of that building. And then we've amended that image to have me dressed in colonial attire. If you want to then cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabet's points, to suggest an addition or modification to that image, you can go ahead and do that. There at the bottom of the chat panel, ELW wants to get in on that action right now, so you can let me know. Let me know what you would like to do, and then we will. In the meantime, get back to our project here. We're going to taxi back out to 25, depart left downwind, and then on course for us is a 113. So let's adjust our gyro. We're parked at a 250 exactly. We'll crank that back. The 250 is there. We're going to depart on 25, and then 113 is our on course. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Let's update the METAR. Okay, LEB. Wind is calm, 2993.
Yeah, they're doing a control something.
Oh, it sounds like we've got another controller coming on to take the place of the guy who was just about to come off. So we may still have air traffic control services after all. Oh, yeah, we got the
center. Hello, common maintain flight level 220.
Got the hot tea coming in for you.
Target 1463, contact approach 133.02.
And we'll check on that image in just a moment.
American 1463, contact approach 133.0.
330 American 1463, see ya.
United 399, contact approach 133.0.
Contact and approach 133.0, United 39.
So let's let center.
375, approach 133.0.
Approach 1330, see ya, Delta 375.
Boston Center, JetBlue 560, we don't have any microphone problem.
Stepped on somebody there.
Circum second.
On the 2461414 to altitude climbing with the stock 7.
I think I blocked the first part of that, but was that Connie 246? If that was you, common maintain.
There we go, we got the cup of hot tea there.
Yes,
Nice,
Connie, 246,
nice
I'm
vintage
in
teacup too.
220.
Beautiful little vintage ceramic teacup.
And somebody else checked in, I think.
FedEx 265 with you from 1,000 feet.
FedEx 265, Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 320.
Clementine.
Alright, so it sounded like they must have lost their approach controller, but then they got another approach controller just now, because he had a ton of aircraft he was handing off to 133.0, so once he's kind of worked through all that, he's got back up to speed with the aircraft that he still has control over, then we'll kind of jump in and request the
720, 10,500.
request the taxi here.
816, you said Providence?
8 firm, 816.
Which runway were you set up for?
23.
All right, 23 taxi via Tango, November, Alpha, cross runway 16, report ready.
Tango November Alpha, cross 16, we'll call you ready, Delta 816.
Everybody, good friend Melvin
Tango
there.
November,
Right
Mike Alpha.
Tango November Mike Alpha.
Wish 25, contact New York, approach on 120.8.
120.8 to West 1625, good day.
Blue 560, Boston Center, hello, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, the Boston altimeter is
So this
299.
identifies as the north ramp.
Southwest 1682, descend at pilot discretion, maintain 5,000.
Pilot discretion of 5,000 for 1682.
Boston Center, American 36, ready for departure at Bradley International, runway 24.
American 56, Boston Center, runway 24, clear for takeoff, wind calm.
Clear for takeoff, wind calm, American 26.
Center.
5720, 14,000.
Forget 5720, Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 220.
Maintain flight level 220, break out 5720.
JetBlue 917, maintain 310 knots or greater. JetBlue 917, maintain 310 knots or greater. Connie 246, maintain 290 knots or less.
Rookie 31st wants to get in on our slant artwork adventure. Go ahead.
Connie 246, say airspeed. JetBlue 917, say airspeed.
I thought that guy wasn't answering, but apparently he's just out of range for us.
Great. Anybody checking in that I didn't get to yet?
514 Delta Victor on the ground at 11 and taxi for VFR eastbound. We got the weather.
Which runway would you like?
25 will work if we can get across 18.
Number 514 Delta Victor. Runway 25, taxi via Bravo, cross runway 18 and report ready.
Alright, 25 via Bravo, cross 18, report ready, 514 Delta Victor. Thanks. Rookie 31st wants us to add the sign, the big old 131. Man, we're going to have a party the one day I land and it's exactly 131, aren't we? Alright, we'll get to that.
Blue 917, cross Charlie, Charlie, Charlie at 12,250 knots, Kennedy altimeter 29907. Number 1983 Victor, taxi via Charlie Alpha, and congrats on wings IFR3.
Alright, we're working on that there for you, Rookie. Gonna do another run up then at the end because we sat here with the engine idling all through the intermission. Man, center line on the taxi's been a problem too. Holy cow.
Connie 246, cross Charlie, Charlie, Charlie at 12,250 knots, Kennedy altimeter 29907.
And they said report ready. That gives us the opportunity to Do a nice, good run up at the end
1682, do you have an approach request for Albany?
without holding him up. Here we go, rookie.
Southwest 1682, yeah, clear direct touch to enable.
Very much in the style too. I liked it. All right, yeah. If this is an ILS hold short, we can roll past that and scooch up a little bit. But this looks like it's the hold short. So I'm going to go ahead and just hold back here. We'll go ahead.
15, flying 160, wind.
Run the RPMs up to 2,000. Ooh, you know what? I didn't even have the mix leaned out like I should have. So we probably did pick up some
1682
some gunk on our plug tips. So now we got the RPMs up to 2,000 with the mix leaned now. So while we're at high power and lean mix, hopefully that'll burn off some of those plug deposits that we might have picked up while sitting there. And I forgot that step. I forgot to lean the mix out while we're on the ramp. That's hopefully not going to cause us a huge problem. But back to full rich now. Carb heat check. Okay, yeah, we should see about 150 RPM drop with that. Now let's just make sure we don't have too much more than 100 RPM drop on the mags.
Check 1124,
yeah, only about 90 on that side. Only about 90 on that side. Well, we got lucky. Sitting there full rich idle for that long. We got lucky.
1108, Boston Center.
Or else our prop check was long enough to burn it all back off.
Not a problem.
Okay, and let's make sure. I don't think I did this. Yep. Man, slacking. Props and... I'm sorry, flaps and trim set for departure. Okay.
Go ahead, bud.
Good thing I go through these mental exercises to check these things. But I'm appalled at myself for missing them in the first place. Okay. As soon as he's done that exchange, we'll jump in and see if we can get going here.
Oh, okay. Caution, similar call signs as FedEx 2685 and FedEx 265.
Oh. Center Comanche 514 Delta Victor, short of 25 at Lebanon, ready.
514 Delta Victor. You said, which direction were you going?
Eastbound, please.
Okay. On course departure approved. Wind is calm. Runway 25, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 25, on course approved, 514 Delta Victor, thanks. Alright, away we go. Entering the runway, we'll hit strobes.
American 56, Boston Center.
And since we are clear for takeoff, we'll go ahead and get the landing lights on. Let's go ahead and get the Ito heat on as well, and our fuel pump on.
American 56, radar contact. I'm going to maintain flight level 380 cleared.
Yeah, I don't see another whole short line, so I guess that was the whole short line back there. The markings of flights in 2020 and 2024 aren't all accurate all the time. So you kind of have to take them with a slight grain of salt, but at least here I don't see another hole short, so I guess that's the right one, marked appropriately.
No problem. JetBlue 778 to set and maintain.
Let's get lined up, and then let's get our takeoff power set. Okay, there we go. Appropriate amount of right rudder in.
Brickyard 5720, cross Charlie,
80, up we go.
250 knots, Kennedy altimeter 29907.
Okay, we'll lift off, we'll pitch to maintain 105, we'll let the rudder input out ever so slowly. 105 gets us our best angle of climb. If we felt we needed to clear that ridge there urgently, we could have climbed it, pitched to climb at 85, which was our best.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. What did I say? I think I said it wrong. 105 gets us our best rate of climb. If I felt I needed to clear an obstacle like that ridge urgently, I could have pitched to maintain 85 knots, or 85 miles an hour rather, which would have been the best angle of climb. Okay, now that we're certain that we don't need to return to that pavement, gears up, flaps up, fuel pumps off.
Late 16 radar contact.
And we were told
310 clear.
On course approved, so we can go ahead and turn all the way around to that eastbound heading, and we're airborne at 40 after the hour. Oh, we can get that. We should get the RPMs off the red line. Looks like manifold's already sitting right at 24, which is good, and let's get the RPMs right at 24 also.
Delta 816, actually, for now, fly heading 120, and then upon reaching 1000, you're clear direct to Alex.
Okay, level the wings, on course.
American 56 requesting to step away for 10 minutes.
Pitch to 105.
American 56, I can't give you 10 minutes because I need to hand you off to New York in the next few minutes, but once I give you to him, then you can ask him.
Roger.
American 56, okay. One more thing. Were you flying a SID?
No, I'm in A319.
Yeah, I mean, did you fly a standard instrument departure? Like, did you put a departure procedure in?
Oh, yes. Sorry about that, yes.
Which one did you fly?
Let me check real quick. I flew the
flying
6 departure.
Okay, in the future, just make sure to check the top altitude for any departure that you fly, because for the Bradley 6, it's 4,000, and that's to make sure that you're separated from traffic above you. So make sure you check that and don't climb above that, because otherwise there could be planes above you.
Yeah, I feel like I knew that and I just messed up. Sorry about that.
No problem, back.
Alright, so we
Sorry, who's back with me?
Leveling off at 35. Let's pull the RPMs down to 22.
Walk 1108 for traffic. Turn 30 degrees to the right.
And the manifold pressure down to 22.
519, flight level 350, about 38 miles west of Tuxville.
We'll lean the mix out.
I'll call you back in just a few minutes.
I got that audio bug on Audio for VATSIM, which I only get a couple times a year anymore. But I think I have a rate limiter on that, so you guys might have heard the distortion, but you shouldn't have had the blistering volume. But I don't know.
Over the dark side, okay, South 41, see ya.
I had that with my previous streaming software. I had that filter in. On this streaming software, I don't know if I remember to put that in or not. So maybe you guys can let me know what you just heard a moment ago. But we are, yeah, RPMs should be at 22, manifold at 22, gallons per hour is 14, plenty of fuel, and we are on course, and we're trimmed out at 3,500. We were VFR at a Class Delta. We are no longer in that Class Delta. And what's that mean? We're no longer bound to talk to this guy. Right, we did not ask for flight following. We were not assigned a discrete squawk code. We were not expected to hear the words radar contact. He literally just cleared us to use the runway and the immediate airspace around the airport. And now that we're clear of that, he's done with us. He didn't even need to get his hand off. He's just done with us. Class Delta towers that typically, not always, this is not always the case, but it's normally the case. Class Delta towers don't typically have radar services. So if we had been talking to a Delta controller rather than center, like, you know, in the real world we would have been, they don't even have the ability to track and determine when exactly we leave that 4-mile boundary. They're just kind of eyeballing it, going, yeah, he's about 4 miles away, we're done.
Southwest 1682.
Now, if you're on an IFR flight plan, they will, you know, they will hand you off to whoever is the departure controller that you're working with. If you're on flight following, they probably will give you the frequency change approved, but not always. But a VFR Delta, yeah, a visually operated Delta tower handling a VFR flight is pretty much, they give you the sequence instruction to let you know when it's your turn to use the runway. And then that's pretty much it.
Delta 5667.
Pretty much it.
So 5667, Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 380.
So we're going 25 miles to the east on this 113, and then we should be kind of see this lake to our left. We should see this 3,100 foot peak to our left, and then this north and south river.
And Delta 816, in case you weren't already here at Alex now.
And 25 miles when we're traveling.
Okay, so I'm calling for an IFR clearance somewhere.
We're traveling at 160 miles an hour, which is about 150 knots. I get the fuel pump off? Yeah, they get gear up, flaps in. Yeah. I feel like we're a little bit slow.
You are cleared to Boston.
But anyway, 170-ish miles per hour is 150 knots, and that's 2.5 miles a minute. So 25 miles is 10 minutes. 2.5 is 1. 25 is 10. We got airborne at 9:40 Eastern Time. And so at 9:50 Eastern Time, we should be passing by this peak to our left and joining this river heading down to our right.
Expect 17,000, 10 minutes after departure is on this frequency, and we will squawk 5343 Chrono 71.
Chrono 71, read back correct, advise, ready to taxi, your choice at runway.
Not sure exactly which peak we're looking at. We do see, I mean, there's a couple, I mean, that's prominent, but there's other ones that are a little bit further, a little bit higher further up. Or maybe this, I don't know.
Cross Basie at 8,000, the Stewart altimeter is 29907.
But here we got that fairly sizable lake to our left, and then coming down through this little channel here might be the river. Certainly, it looks like just off the map to our left there.
1151, right 24.
Does look like that is that lake.
Takeoff, 1151. 917, New York
So
approach,
with the camera set up the way I have it, I know it's a little bit different. Does it kind of feel like I'm leaning over to the right the entire night? I mean, I'm not. I'm sitting up straight. The camera's at a bit of an angle, and I was really doing it not to... One side benefit is that it catches my memorabilia shelf a little bit better. I don't like that it catches the corner of the monitor back here. I just think that's not as clean a look. My goal was to crop rather than stretch that image so that it would apply more cleanly into the video shorts that we've been putting together. But I think that at the very fringe corner of that image, I think it's just a little bit distorted. You know what I mean? So it's a rounded lens, and I'm now at the corner of that lens rather than the center of that lens, so it's causing some distortion to the image. So I don't know if we'll keep that or not. We'll see. We'll see how it stretches into the shorts. Maybe if we pull any of the shorts from this episode. We'll kind of see how it looks. But I don't know. We'll try. I mean, maybe I can edit together a short just as a test case. It doesn't have to be one that we publish necessarily.
We were just wondering if we could get the Bravo Alpha Foxtrot transition into the Hannah for the Velocity 4 itinerary.
All right, now when we make the southbound turn, 24 miles, so it's basically another 10 minutes down the line. So we'll just kind of take note of the time when we join the river. I do think we have this nice sizable lake, and then we've got the river that kind of comes in. We got a little bit of a tributary that comes right off the lake, but the river kind of comes a little bit north and east and down.
Yeah, 125, gotcha. Yeah, that's approved.
And connecting with another lake up there, which I think we do see as well.
Roger, directed boxing out of 125, appreciate it.
So I think with very, very high degree of confidence, we can say that we're just about over this little place called Bristol, turning southbound. About to turn southbound, rather.
To the left 51, Boston Center, their contact, climb and maintain 10,000.
Yep, I would say so.
Actually, climb and maintain 6,000 for now, clear direct to Fredo.
Yeah, rookie, yeah. I'm sure that the answer to that is yes, but I'm just not an expert in video production like you would think an 8-year live streamer should be. So it's going to take some experimentation.
Brick Air 5720, reduce speed to 250 and contact New York approach 120.
The way I had it set up before, I liked the way it laid out on the stream. However, it didn't scale very well into the shorts that we were doing. So I was looking instead of a digital zoom, which does some downscaling, I guess. I was like, well, maybe instead of zooming into that that dimension, we'll crop into that dimension, and I'll just put myself on the corner of the image. But yeah, that's obviously that had some. That notion sounded great, and then I realized it had some side effects. So we'll see, man. We'll see.
147.
I've still got some other options I can try.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I honestly, like, I muddle my way through the production here, Rookie. I can fly the planes semi-competently, but
Sorry, who was the call sign?
I'm not an expert streamer like you'd think I would be after this length of time.
Tango 247. What airport are you at?
All right, so what we're turning around here, so obviously I've wound up a little bit further south than I intended to be, and we're turning right around, whoops, didn't mean to delete that. So we're turning right around that lake there, so we're closer than I thought. We're 18 miles. So what we need to do now is start our arrival planning here. Let's get a METAR.
I did not understand that. Where are you relative to my airspace? Like, are you in
Wind
the
is
western
calm.
part
Let's
of
just
the eastern
set up
part
for a
or-
downwind, like a left downwind. Or would it be a left downwind? Yeah, it would be left. Because it doesn't say anything there about being a right-hand pattern anywhere. Yeah, Rookie says, I was never able to set up a stream at all, so you got me beat.
210.
Alright, we're done at Concord. I mean, we're done at Lebanon, rather.
Actually, stay on
Airport diagram at Concord.
I'm on the southwestern part of your airspace.
So it looks like 35 and 17 is probably their primary
New
runway.
York Center's airspace, so
And since wind is calm, we can land on the primary runway. So I think we'll just set up a left downwind to 35. Now, how do I know it's a left downwind and not a right downwind? I guess there's two main ways.
Yeah, just make sure you check on like VATSIM radar or something, because you're pretty far out of my airspace now.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem. And that is 125. I still haven't gotten your ident yet.
So there's two ways, right? If any of the runways here at Concord employed a right-hand traffic pattern, it would say right here on the sectional in the airport's data block. You would see something along the lines of, in that same magenta,
at Albany, ready to taxi.
you would see something like that, right? So if it was supposed to be a right-hand pattern to runway 35, that's how it would appear. Not in my chicken scratch, but in the same font and color as what's above it. That's how it would appear on the sectional. But since we don't see that, we can assume everything is a left-hand traffic pattern. The other way you know is if you opened up, you right-click and open a new tab. You open up the what they used to call the airport and facility directory entry here on SkyVector. They now call it the chart supplement entry. This is this I guess is the raw one, but the data appears here in SkyVector as well, and it's a little bit nicely formatted. But you can see that 17 and 35. Does it say?
Are we able to direct Norwich?
Doesn't say anything about traffic pattern.
Break American 60.
Traffic pattern down here left. Traffic pattern over here left. It doesn't even say anything here.
Sure,
But since it doesn't say anything about it being non-standard, you just assume it's standard. If it doesn't say, you assume left. We're still at 3,500, but these You know, we're supposed to be 500 feet below cloud bases, and I think we're not. I think I'm going to try and drop to 2,500 here. VFR minimum in the U.S., the mnemonic is 3152. The 3 refers to statute miles visibility. We got plenty of visibility. We got 10 statute miles. We got unlimited statute miles visibility. It'll report as 10, but it's really just like there's maximum visibility. The 152 is how much distance you should allow between yourself and the clouds. The 1 is 1,000 feet above cloud tops. The 5 is 500 feet below cloud bases. And then the 2 is 2,000 feet laterally from any clouds, meaning essentially a third of a statute mile laterally from any clouds. So are we 2,000 feet laterally from that cloud? Yeah, probably. Because you think about a 2,000 foot runway. Oh, this is like a little private grass strip right there. So yeah, you think about that being a 2,000 foot runway, yeah, we're at least that distance from that cloud, sure. But now as we're getting closer to it, are we really 500 feet below it? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Let's just level it at 2,500 and kind of aim ourselves over to the right. In the meantime, though, I do think as that river starts to bend over to the right, we need to start getting ready to make some position announcements. 122.7, again, that's right here on the chart. 122.7. So let's monitor Boston Center, but on COM 2, let's tune in 122.7 and swap it in. We'll transmit and receive on COM 2, but we'll still monitor COM 1.
Let's give takeoff from the second one.
See. Yeah, we're transmitting and receiving. Concord traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is about 5 north of the airport. We're going to enter a left downwind, full stop runway 35 Concord.
Montreal closed, frequency change approved.
Yeah, I think I see that. But I'm going to set the arrow to represent the orientation of the runway. So we'll set the arrow to 35. Looks like we're progressing almost dead due south, and we do need to adjust that directional gyro back a couple degrees to reflect that. I think the airport's right here. Field elevation at Concord's 342. So 1,300 will be true pattern altitude.
FedEx 625, or correction, 265, leaving my airspace. Cleveland is closed, frequency change approved.
Frequency says approved, bye-bye.
Okay, and if we're
Corona 71 south, good.
We're over top of this, then the airport's 4 miles to our heading to our left.
71 radar contact, climb maintain
yeah, it's right there.
1,000 and direct grave.
So we're about 4 miles northwest, 1,600. So we'll set up for that left downwind. We already kind of made an announcement that we were entering the airspace here. But once we get about to a midfield downwind, we'll make another announcement. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative, and we'll know that you meet a descent rate either way. And the closest prediction will get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. The next drawing is going to be 1 week from today. By the way, this week, so our normal show schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. This week, we're only Monday, Thursday, and then next week we're back to the Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Okay, so there's 2,400 on the RPM, still bringing the manifold pressure down. We are below 150. I can get the gear down.
Boston Center, good evening, check current 751, time flight level 3.
And again, we're monitoring the center frequency, but we're transmitting and receiving on 22.7 on COM2. So we can kind of hear what's going on above us and around us, but we're transmitting and receiving on the advisory frequency just for this specific airport.
751, we're on a flight level 395 now for 300.
All right, let's get back.
Jet card 751?
Affirmative.
Jet card 751, Boston Center, hello, descend via the Ocean 5.
Okay, we'll make another announcement. Concord traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left downwind midfield now, runway 35 from stop Concord. And as we make that arrival, it's going to be a left-hand turn-off, probably here at Alpha 3 to the ramp. Again, you guys can start putting in those predictions to the descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. Again, no bot command necessary, just a number into the chat without the minus sign. We're getting close to where we're into that white arc. We can put the first notch of flaps in. Fuel pump can come on. And then we'll make an announcement as we turn base, and then an announcement as we turn final. We'll turn final basically right over top of that warehouse, I think.
Right descend, ascend and maintain, flight level 20.
For traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor turning left downwind to left base now, runway 35 from stop, Concord. Again, I know it sounds silly. It sounds like we're talking right over top of the people on center. It's just that we're listening to that frequency, but we're transmitting and receiving on just the advisory frequency for the airport. Okay, so let's turn to a nice squared off base. We can see we set the arrow to represent the runway orientation, so now we know we're pretty perpendicular to it. Traffic check for any straight-in traffic. Don't see any. Go ahead and turn to final here. Lebanon traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left base to final now for runway 35, full stop, Lebanon.
United 3904, contact New York on 125.32, see ya.
2532 at 3904, thanks for the help.
Okay, knew I was turning it a little bit short because we had that arrow there to represent the runway heading, and it looks like the alignment might be slightly off, but I kind of saw the arrow coming vertical, and I was like, well, I don't see the airport yet, so we must be turning a little bit short.
133.0, see ya.
But now we've got it. Yeah, I probably calibrated that directional gyro wrong. Or no, that's the problem is I have that arrow pointed 10 degrees right of north, not 10 degrees left of north. Well, there's your problem. The gyro was correct all along. The arrow was just stupidly wrong.
American 604, cross wounds at 7,000.
Yeah, we got a lot of extra speed on final here.
I don't know, 29 or 904.
2994 for altimeter, and what was the other indication for it?
No overflare though.
Cross wounds at 7,000.
Wounds at 7,000. American 604.
Okay, still feel like I was over-controlling pitch a little bit. I carried a lot of extra speed down final. I'm not sure why. I suddenly realized I was at 100 rather than 80. So I kind of pulled the power back, and I didn't chop it. I pulled the power back nice and gradually, and then kind of gently flared to pitch to let the speed lead off. But I did over-control the pitch just a little bit. Not too bad, though. Believe me, it was the best landing of the night so far.
Okay,
alright, let's get the strobes off, landing lights off, pitot and fuel pump off, and stow the flaps.
And I don't believe the Norwich 7 arrival is.
And then we'll go ahead and make an announcement
so
here.
That might be why I was
Lebanon traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear, runway 35, taxiing via Alpha to the ramp.
Yeah, I can
Lebanon.
direct to the Boston VOR. American 604.
Okay, clear direct Boston VOR and descend and maintain 7.
Alright, and then let's not forget this step this time. Let's lean the mix out. We got the 1,000 RPM set. Let's lean the mix out right to the point where that RPM starts to drop off. which appears to be right there. Okay. All right, we're good. We're good. That's leg 2 out of 3 of VFR5. So VFR4 was Boston to Nashua. We got cleared out of the Bravo, but once we left the Bravo, we were on our own until we entered the Delta up at Nashua. We had to make sure we checked in with the controller prior to entering the Delta. VFR5 is a 3-hopper.
American 604, contact Boston.
We had to pick one airport that was 50 miles away, and then any other airport, and then we returned to Nashua.
Who is checking in?
The catch is one of those airports has to be towered, and one of those airports has to be non-towered. So we just went with the examples that were in the lesson material, right? We're just trying to do these just straight up as it's written in the lesson material. So we went with Lebanon, our towered airport, that was at least 50 miles away. And now we're at Concord, our non-towered airport that's about halfway back Nashua. So we've now completed the second part of Wings VFR number 5. We've got one more to go. Parking brake on. RPMs at 1,000, mixed leaned.
For your altitude, frequency change approved.
Everything else is cleaned up. We got the flap stowed, and go ahead and reset the trim. The trim's already pretty much neutral. Okay, so 2/3 of Wings VFR number 5 is now done. We've got one more to go. Let's take a peek at our descent rate upon touchdown. Oh, we got wow! I got a perfect score for that one. Hey, I was like, hey, that was a lot better than my other ones. Well, Touchdown FX agreed. 71 is the number that registered.
67 to center maintain flight level 340.
Gave me perfect scores on everything. I don't know if those were quite earned. I mean, hey, we'll take it. But right in the touchdown zone. Again, it was a little bit of a steeper approach, and then like I said, I kept the speed up almost by accident, really. And then kind of realized over the threshold that I had all that extra. Now, it's showing, what it's showing is in knots. Remember, my gauge is in miles an hour. So it's a 15% difference there between. You can see it was at 80, slowing to 50. 53 at touchdown. You know, where it was, in terms of miles an hour, it was 100 slowing to 80, and then probably 75 or so at touchdown.
Do you have an arrival program?
But yeah, you can see I kind of got the speed bleeding off over the threshold. We were 30 feet over the threshold. It's a little on the low side. It was a little bit of a steep and then shallowing approach rather than a straight 3-degree. You know, would have been, 50 over the threshold is kind of your standard. So we were coming in a little bit steeper, and then we shallowed it out at the end. So a little bit more of a, Bush-style energy flare.
71 across the lobby.
And yeah, but we were right on center line. Good center line adherence that time. So anyway, 71 was the number that registered. Let's see how you guys did. Rookie 31st came in with a 131. We had a 102. We had a 54. And we had a 43. So 54 to 71 is what? 64, 74. So that's 17 was Pi Power's guess. And then 71 plus 17 would be 88, right? Am I doing the math right on that? That the winning range is 54 to 88?
Frequency change approved.
Because 88 minus 14 is 74. Minus 14 again is 60. And what did... Oh, Pi Power... No.
Back Black 27 Charlie.
88 minus 17 is 71. Minus 17 again is 54. Okay, yeah, so the range is 17. And Pi Power is the only one within it. I know, Rookie 31st, hey. Hold out hope, man. One of these days. But for right now, that's Pi Power, and that's Pi Power's second one, because Pi Power was the one that got our arrival into Nashua most accurately. Where are we here? This is KCON. Alright, back to Nashua we go. Rookie says, I believe in you. One day you'll make it. One day.
Delta 3875.
Let's check, man. Let's check.
Delta 3875, go ahead.
Do you by chance still have the ACARS message? that you got
TouchdownFX.com. It's the website for the app that I use. Let's look at my results here.
Firm, we have an ACARS message from LaGuardia.
There's a 31. It wasn't a 131, but it was a 31. Have I literally never logged a 131?
Sorry, repeat please.
Would you mind copy and pasting that to me in a private message?
Is this everything? Is this everything I've ever...
Hey, sir, we can...
No, okay, it's not. It's the first page. Now, how do I get to the rest?
Thank you.
Because this only goes back to June. I started using this thing in April. How do I get to the next page? Yeah, 104 landings. How do I see the rest? I don't see a control on here to go to the next page. That's bizarre.
Yeah, card 751, contact Boston approach 133.
Well, at least in my last, however many this is, I have not ever done a 131.
Good evening. 5609, Clement 11,000, for 140.
5609, Boston Center, Clement maintain 16,000.
Regen says I'm going to screenshot those numbers, run some kind of fancy Vegas bookie stat analysis on it, and still not going to take it. Well, Regen, I think if you go to Touchdown FX, you can actually look at my landings. They're all.
Hello. What did you want for your final?
They're all public.
210.
Perfect. Climb maintain flight level 210.
210, Hotel Victor, thanks.
So let's figure out how are we getting back to Nashua here. If we go KCON, K-Ash, we could ask for transit through the Charlie.
Delta 816, you're leaving my airspace. Moncton is closed for your altitude frequency.
Let's just look and see what it says for that final.
Advisory, have a good evening, Delta 816.
Yeah, so this does say, you know, we could come straight down through the Charlie here. We would just have to make sure that we're talking to the controller who controls that Charlie. We can't enter this Charlie airspace without permission. We'll depart from a non-towered field, and then we'll check in and just request. So all we got to do is we got to say, hey, Foxtrot's here. We have to say who we are, who we're talking to. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Reverse that. We start by saying who we're talking to. Then we say who we are, where we are, how high we are, and what do we want, right? So the format's going to be Manchester Approach, or I think in this case Boston Center as Manchester Approach. But let's say it's Manchester Approach. Manchester Approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, 2 south of Concord at 3,500. Request to transit to Charlie north to south, full stop at Nashua. Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Manchester Approach, squawk 3456. Squawk 3456. Comanche 514 Delta Victor. Now you should then hear Comanche 514 Delta Victor radar contact with your position verification. If you don't hear that, however, guess what? You've established two-way communication. In a Class Charlie, that is all you need. You don't need to be cleared into the Charlie. You don't need to hear proceed as requested. You don't need to hear anything other than your call sign. And then you need to not hear words like remain outside the Class Charlie airspace. Because that's the only exception. They say your call sign, you've established two-way communication, you're pretty much good. But if they say your call sign and then they say bug off, they say your call sign and you're like, proceed westbound. They say your call sign and say, turn around. Then they're not really establishing two-way communications for purposes of allowing you into the airspace. However, they say your call sign and they don't say anything that leads you to believe you're not allowed in the airspace. You've met the requirements. You've established two-way communication. You have a you have a Mode C transponder, even though they haven't acknowledged that they've received your squawk. That's fine. You have the transponder and you have two-way communication. You're good. And again, it does want us to file a flight plan, even though VATSIM air traffic controllers in VAT USA don't see VFR flight plans. They can see remarks. So it is useful to them in some regard. Yeah, contact air traffic control as necessary. So we can circumnavigate the Charlie. We can go around it. And then we only have to talk to them to re-enter the Delta at Nashua. Or we can go through the Charlie as long as we meet this requirement here. Contact air traffic control as necessary. Right? And the same thing in the test requirements at the top.
Chrono 71, just advise when you're leading 17,000.
Alright, well, you know anything now, 17,000.
Yeah, does not enter controlled airspace without obtaining appropriate authorization. That doesn't say clearance. That says authorization. And for purposes of a Class Charlie,
125, cross crank at 7,000.
that authorization comes. I guess it was the previous. It was the previous flight that had the explanation on the airspace classes, I suppose. But yeah, in the case of a Charlie, that authorization comes if you've got two-way communication and you've got emergency transponder.
Crank at 7,000.
Crank at 7,000 under 125.
All right. Anyway, so we'll do that. We'll take off from Lebanon. We'll ask for a transit north to south, and then we'll land at Nashua. Call it a day. All right. Let's update the METAR. I think we might have done this recently. So I keep saying Lebanon. We're at Concord now. KCON. Still wind calm and 2994 now, so the barometric pressure is still steadily increasing. 2994. Field elevation just over 300 feet. I think that's what we said it was. 342. Yep, we're good. We're going to depart on 35 again. Why not? Right now we're parked at a 343.
Delta 3875, contact
right there.
Boston approach 133.
Arrow is set to 3. I had the arrow set to 10 degrees right of north, right? Not 10 degrees left of north, because I'm an idiot. Apparently. There we go. There's the 350. Our on course after we take off is going to be a 195, so we can set that. There, so we'll know we want to basically do a left downwind.
133.06.
Alright, 133.0, thanks. Chrono 71.
Regen says in real life, Santa Barbara pulled that aircraft calling standby on me during training, and luckily the instructor was there to remind me that that was not two-way communication. Yeah, that's right. You've got to hear your call sign. You can't hear aircraft calling. The other thing that they like to burn me on, folks have tested me when I'm working Raleigh, is they'll say, November 1234 Alpha, can I get a wind check? And if I answer the wind check with their call sign, I'm basically allowing them into the Charlie. I, out of habit, on the wind check, I just give the wind. So the guy was able to not enter my Charlie airspace and then bust me on whether I, thought he had permission to or not. Because Southwest pilots, they always like to do that wind check on short final. And then they don't leave enough and identify themselves. They just go wind check, and you go 1, 2, 5, and 6.
Gone.
You don't need a call sign for that, right? It's not an instruction, it's just information. So you don't need a call sign. So I've gotten in the habit because I work Baltimore Tower on VATSIM, and the Southwest guys who fly into Baltimore do the same thing that the guys who fly in the real Baltimore do, which is, hey, wind check. 1, 2, 5, 6. Click. So I've gotten used to answering that without giving the call sign. So the guy was trying to test me. He was trying to he was trying to bait me into saying his call sign on a wind check. And he didn't catch me out on it, but I didn't realize that was what he was trying to do, because I probably would have fallen for it otherwise. Anyway. Alright, 2994, we checked the altimeter, we checked the gyro. Go ahead and get flaps and trim set. Okay, we're good. And we're at a non-towered field, so we don't need to talk to anybody just yet. We're still monitoring. We're still monitoring the center controller. But let's look in the aircraft, okay? on COM 1, we're listening to 134.7 Boston Center, and we're monitoring both COM 1 and COM 2. We're transmitting on COM 2 122.7. All right, 122.7 is the Common Traffic Advisory frequency here at Concord. So you're going to hear us give just a heads up. Hey, we're taxiing out for departure. Hey, we're taking the runway. Hey, we're turning left downwind, or left crosswind, left downwind. Hey, we're leaving the area to the south. You'll hear us transmit that all on 122.7, but then we'll just be able to swap right back over to 134.7 to talk to Boston Center and head back down to Nashua. Okay. So there you go. And let's rock and roll. Where are we? Concord or Lebanon? We're Concord. Concord traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's taxiing out to runway 35 for a VFR southbound departure, Concord. Do I need to say the taxiway? Not really, because when you're on the ground, you just treat it like road traffic. If you come up to an intersection and there's somebody else there, you both stop and you sort it out. The radio call is really for the benefit of airborne traffic. So somebody who's about to land here just heard me make that announcement on 122.7, and if they're inbound for runway 35, they now know they've got to kind of listen out and hear, okay, somebody was getting ready to depart 35. I should listen out and see whether he's gone before I get there, or if he's not gone before, if I don't hear anything more from him, I should just make sure that he's not about to take the runway right in front of me. You know, sometimes it almost spurs you into going, oh yeah, that's right, I should make an announcement so that he knows I'm coming in and he knows not to pull out in front of me. But yeah, you really don't need to give that detailed taxi routing. You know, the ground traffic is not going to be looking at the chart going, oh, he's taking such and such and such and such and such and such, I should take a different way, or I should hold short somewhere, or blah blah blah. If they see you, they're going to stop. That's, you know, same as road traffic. You guys, you're driving on the highway, you don't have to be in radio contact with all the cars around you. You all just follow the rules and don't hit each other normally.
With you, flight level 470.
But because the airborne traffic can't stop midair, nice for them to know that you intend to use this runway in a moment. And then they can kind of listen out and make sure that you get out ahead of them, or they can make sure that you know not to get out ahead of them if they're just about to land.
Altimeter 2998, cross Daisy at 8,000 for Air 5609.
And I think we'll forego the run-up. We've done them every single time. We'll YOLO it this time.
Back in 2152, I'm closing frequency change approved.
Over to Unicom American 2152.
JetBlue 41, I'm closing frequency change approved.
Good night, JetBlue 41.
Concord traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is departing runway 35 on the left downwind VFR southbound.
125,
Concord traffic.
New York Center.
Okay, so now they know that I'm about to use the runway, and then I'm going to turn left and climb out. So if they're coming in that way, they'll know what to expect me to do. Now it also sounds like our center controller is about to wrap up, so that changes our plan for us a little bit. We'll go ahead and turn the strobes on, landing lights on, P2 heat, and fuel pump on.
Alright, Valerie will give him a call for Air 5609.
Yeah.
So for the rest of the journey, we'll just talk through. Yeah, mix can go full rich now. And we'll set our takeoff power here. So for the rest of the for the rest of VFR5, we'll just talk through what the radio calls would sound like. But it sounds like he's wrapping up. Alright, our takeoff power is now set. Airspeed's alive. There's 80 miles an hour, up, up, and away. Just a gentle lift of the nose until we hit 105 miles an hour. Okay, we're not going to return to pavement. Gear can come up. That'll help us get up to that 105. Okay, now we can pitch up a little more aggressively. And now that we got plenty of airspeed and altitude, flaps can come in, and fuel pump can come off. Conquer traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor. Clear 35, we're turning left crosswind and then left downwind for VFR South. Conquer.
Fortunately, I just closed. Sorry about that.
That's all right, no worries. Thanks for the service anyway. Bye, everyone.
Yeah, have a good night, everyone.
Okay, so now we're on our left crosswind. Let's level the wings. Let's look for traffic that's joining the downwind from the north. Don't see anybody. Let's go ahead and turn onto the downwind. We can get the RPMs off of the red line and the manifold pressure down to 24 as well. And then our on course is not quite a downwind heading, but we'll roll out on our on course. Check the time, 10:27 p.m. and we'll level it. We'll level it at 2,000. Okay, so now. So 133.7, I said level it at 2,000. I said, come on. All right, so now Boston Center is no longer operating. And Boston Approach doesn't cover Nashua. Let's double check that. Because when we asked him before, he was like, in this configuration. Okay. Well, based on VATSIM radar, he has not extended to, he's only covering Boston Approach. He's not covering Manchester Approach. So what I think we'll do is we'll monitor 133.0 on COM 1 just to have the awareness of what's going on around us. On COM 2, though, we'll be on the generic advisory frequency of 122.8. All right, man. I didn't do very good leveling off at 2,000, did I? We'll make it 2,500 then. But let's go ahead and make sure that we don't go any higher. So 22. We'll lean the mix out to 14. Now,
Colonel 71 to Center maintain 3,000.
Before entering the Class Charlie airspace, you need to touch base with the controller for that airspace. And we are between 2,000 and 4,300, so we are entering the Charlie in this outer ring. So real quick before we get to that point, we need to say Manchester Approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, 13 miles north of Manchester at 2,400. We're requesting transit through the airspace north to south. And this is where they'll say 514 Delta Victor, squawk 3456. Okay, we'll squawk 3456. We put that in. And they'll come back and they'll say something like Comanche 514 Delta Victor, radar contact. That might be all they say. That might be all they say. When they answered you by call sign the first time and provided you that squawk code, as soon as they said 514 Delta Victor and they didn't say remain outside the Charlie, you were good from that point on. You met the requirement to cross that boundary and enter that airspace. That's not true at a Bravo. If you've got those solid blue boundaries, you literally have to hear the words, explicitly hear the words, cleared into the Class Bravo airspace. But a Charlie is not like that. You only have to be in contact with them. You have to have the mode Charlie transponder, which all VATSIM pilots do, because even if your airplane doesn't have it modeled, your pilot client does.
Check our 751, you're 8 miles of trail of 737 and 2
But, for purposes of VATSIM, you have the mode Charlie transponder. You have the radio contact as soon as they answer you by call sign. You're good. You just need to have them not say something like "stay away." But as Regen Road Trip pointed out, if they say aircraft calling standby, technically speaking, 514 Delta Victor standby is two-way radio contact. Technically speaking. I'd be nervous about continuing into the airspace if that's all they said, but by the letter of the law, they will have met, you will have met the requirements. But if they say aircraft calling standby, they didn't answer you by your specific call sign. That's not the same. That's not sufficient. But yeah, now by the letter of the law, 514 Delta Victor standby is all you need to hear.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Do you want the left or right side?
In practice, if that's all I heard, yeah, I'd be nervous. I would call back. I would call back in 2 or 3 minutes and say,
do you want the left or the right side?
Manchester approach 514 Delta Victor. Just confirm we're okay to enter Last Charlie airspace. And then if the answer is no, hopefully they'll clarify for you.
I'm sure to right at
But technically speaking, letter of the law, you've got it as soon as you hear your call sign and you don't hear something like, go away.
Alright, right 180.
Boston approach, P11738, one short runway 22 right.
Ground 738, hold short runway 22 right.
Hold short 22 right, P173.
What's the timestamp on that? I think that'll work as our, that'll be our lesson of the day. That'll be the short that I pulled from this stream. About 3.5 hours in. Perfect. Alright, so there's Manchester.
Correct 71, sorry, do you have the airport site?
And we are looking for Nashua.
Correct 71, close approach running 22 right.
Done there. Let's refresh ourselves because I've forgotten by now. The 14 and a 32. And dot METAR. Okay, Ash. Wind is still calm. 2994. Yeah, so I think we circle down to the east, south and east, and we'll enter a left downwind to 32.
P-mount 223, turn right, direct bow stock.
So we're traveling on almost exactly a 2-1, and that's what we've got indicated here. All right, let's spin the arrow to where it points
give me let's see, best forward
at a 320.
5 knot final, please.
Alright, that's forward to 5 knot final for
Delta 38.
So that represents the airport orientation. And then let's figure out where it is from Manchester. We can very clearly see Manchester,
38 on departure, turn right heading 240.
but what we want to do is follow the river southbound, and then there's this little tributary, and then the airport's to the right of it. So like right in here somewhere. I'm going to turn a little bit wider. Field elevation there is what? Oh yeah, 200 exactly.
Cross 71, traffic around 90 factor on a 2 direct clear line.
2 direct clear land, cross.
So there's the river that continues on, and then there's this little tributary, and then the field should be like right in, oh, I think that's it right there. Okay, now, at this point, you know, we would, the class Charlie controller would say, hey, leave my airspace, contact Nashua Tower on 133.2. Or they would just say frequency change approved. It would be on us to know that 133.2 is correct frequency. If we weren't sure, what can we do? We can go CTAF KASH 133.2. All right, so we're still going to listen to Boston approach, but now on COM 2 133.2. And we'll swap that in, and that's still what we're transmitting and receiving on, so we're good.
T-Mount 1738, ready to contact, stay altitude.
Coming through 600 for 5,000. T-Mount 53.
Okay.
1738, contact 14,000.
Coming 14,000.
Let's drop the power. Let's just say we're entering a 5-mile left base I'm just eyeballing that. Just based on the runway length, I feel like it's about 3 or 4 of those
Hotel
east.
Victor, just going to maintain 3,000.
And 3,000, Hotel Victor.
So the 3875, turn left, heading
Wait a minute, what am I doing? I'm west of it. Yeah, if I'm going to enter 3-2, then I need to proceed south past it. Yeah, all right. Well, if we're going to go right onto the departure path, then I want to make sure that I'm down at the pattern altitude. So we're at 2,200. We're going to descend to make sure we're at 1,200. I want to eyeball it and say I'm 5 miles south. Sorry, 5 miles west. Nashua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is about 5 miles west of 1,900 descending. We're going to maneuver south of the center line and then a left downwind, full stop runway 32, Nashua. Alright, so we're about 5 miles out from the airport. You kind of figure traffic pattern is a nice safe altitude to be at, because anybody departing the runway is going to be much, much higher than us by the time they pass over. But the fact that we've made this traffic call out now gives them the opportunity to watch out for us and make sure that they are above us as they pass over.
751, thanks for patient. Cross to right at Charlie, Ground Point Annex.
Alright, so now we're south of the center line, where we should be below the departing traffic. Eye it like a hawk, just in case. And we get caught up in something you're not watching for. Alright, now let's turn on to the downwind. Let's not go below 1,200. And 22, there we go.
38, correct, boat stock.
Keep the 1,200 there.
Correct, boat stock, 17
Now, again, because it's non-staffed right now, we're just making CTAF calls. But if this was a tower, instead of saying Nashua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, you say Nashua Tower, Comanche 514 Delta Victor. We're about 5 miles north and west at 2,200 inbound for full stop. And then they would tell us how to enter the traffic pattern. And they would tell us whether they wanted to use 1-4 or 3-2 and whether we should proceed south and then enter a left downwind or just enter a right downwind. Or should we cross midfield and then turn onto the downwind? Or should we just set up for a left base to 1-4? The tower controller would have dictated that to us once we checked in. So it's a little bit different because we're finishing this as a non-staffed airport. As when you guys do this for credit, you will definitely have to finish it with air traffic control staffing. So you would check in with a tower and they would tell you which way to enter the pattern. Versus us, we're kind of making our own decision here.
3875, 170 knots, still locus, runway 22.
The other thing is when you're on a traffic advisory frequency, you're supposed to periodically give updates to where you are, which we're about to do.
And 170 till locus, please.
Nashua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is left downwind midfield for runway 32 full stop Nashua. When you're on a tower frequency, you don't need to keep reporting your position unless they've asked you to do that.
Charlie, Uniform Sierra, I'm just asking you to keep your speed up.
Remember when we arrived up at Concord, or Lebanon rather, he said, make left traffic to runway 25, cleared for the option. At that point, he didn't need any more reports. He was just like, you're good. He didn't say report midfield. He didn't say report turning base. He just said, enter left traffic, clear for the option. All right, let's get the back to the pattern altitude. Let's get power backed off. Get gear out so we can slow down. Guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. Nashua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left downwind to left base, runway 32, full stop, Nashua. Okay, there's our first knock of flaps.
Turn left, heading 270.
Left 270, Hotel Victor.
Fuel pump on.
about 1738.
Props are coming up.
Closed, register terminated, monitor advised, do good day.
Register terminated, frequency change approved, D1 1738, happy one.
Yep.
Okay. Second notch of flaps, power coming back. Nashua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left base to final, runway 32, full stop. Nashua.
2 Hotel Victor, 6 from Nolly, turn up, heading 250, maintain 3000, still established, code ask, running 22 left approach. Alright, turn left to 2.
Okay, we overshot the turn to final just a little tiny bit.
And then maintain 3000, still established.
But we're not too bad though. We're slightly above profile, but we're very close. We just saw some red. There we are.
Sure, yeah.
Back on profile, and then the last thing to do is get the speed under control.
Over the Jordy intersection.
Props and mixture full, fuel pumps on.
Vectors ILS 22 left, east caution. I'm not talking to him. For traffic at your 11 to 10 o'clock, 9 miles southbound, 13000 descending. Appears to be joining the Roebuck at Cran for some reason, so use caution for that one. I have the site, we'll expect vectors ILS 22 left.
Yeah, alright, we're on profile. A little high on speed. Doesn't look like we got too bad of a crab angle, maybe a tiny little bit of a crab over to the right.
Approach, are you here?
Okay, lights are red, but I'm feeling good about where I am sight picture wise. We're right at 80 over the threshold. So I'm good. I'm not going to pull the power anymore. We're just going to rotate.
Immediately traffic at your 1 o'clock, west, correction, eastbound, 11.
Yeah, perfect. Happy with that. And a little right of center line, but flare and power timing on that was much, much better. Floated just a little bit long and a little bit right of center line. Other than that, that was... I don't know if it's going to score it as my best landing of the night, but really, in terms of my feeling, it was the best landing of the night. So it's good to end on a good one.
Was sir, left just confirm the heading, Cafe Francisco.
Alright, once we get fully clear, Nashua traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear of runway 32, Charlie into the ramp. Nashua. Strobes off, landing and taxi light off, pitot and fuel pump off, and flap stowed. And let's lean the mix out to the point where it starts to drop RPMs.
Traffic started and right after
Descending to avoid conflict. Likewise.
Turning left, heading 270, Gulf 762.
Alright, and so this is obviously, this is where we would have cleared, just like we did when we first got to Nashua. We would have gotten permission to taxi straight in via Charlie. And at that point, assuming all had gone well, they would have said, congrats on passing. Wings VFR number 5. Don't tell me it was 31. It was not. 31 probably would have been a winning guess. Yeah, it would have, actually. Okay, well, let's take a peek at it since we're here talking about it. Like I said, I felt it was pound for pound the best landing of the night. Now, Touchdown FX scored me 1 point off for center line. Gave me perfect scores on everything else. So according to it, one of my earlier ones was a little better. I was a little long, and I guess I did say I was slightly off on center line, so I guess I knew that. But yeah, we had a nice stable descent, and then the rest of this is just that nice kind of shallowed descent and flare. and I didn't feel like I over-controlled it as much. There wasn't any point... I mean, we leveled for a little bit here, but I don't think there was any point where I was actually rising again. I mean, maybe we can see. Eight, 7, 6, 5. Okay, yeah, there was no point at which I was rising again. So that's good. Yeah, I felt very good about that one. And the number that registered, by the way, 10. 10 feet per minute by the time we actually touched down. So a nice soft one there. Guesses that came in were what? 56, 54, 39, 43, and 131. So 39 regen road trip. Unless I'm missing any. You guys see a lower one? Regen road trip picks up the win. All right, so that's the Wings VFR number 5. Then the only difference is, you know, when you guys do this, you'll need to have VATSIM air traffic control on for that last portion. Now, you don't need for that last portion. And again, you can do this with other airports in the Boston Virtual Air TCC airspace. It just has to be starting and ending at Nashua. At least one of them has to be 50 miles away, and then at least one has to be towered, one has to be non-towered. So if you meet all those requirements, you can do it anywhere. But starting and ending at Nashua, you know, you would have to have at least a Nashua tower on.
Yes, sorry,
and then if you're going to do it the way we did it, where we transition through the Charlie, you would need to have a Manchester approach on. So then the controller that you need online to do this varies depending on exactly how you do it.
5522 and 360 for heading. Just to confirm, 5522.
But yeah, you can change it up. I just decided to do it just exactly like the example in the lesson was given. But you can change this up depending on, like for example, tonight you got Boston approach on. Well, you could have done Nashua just somewhere down here to somewhere over here and back. And I guess you would have to have had somebody that was acting as tower controller at Nashua. So that's the catch there, though. So it probably wouldn't have worked with just this approach controller on, after all. Now that I say that. But anyway, so there's our Wings VFR. Actually, this is 4 and 5. Start at Boston, stop at Nashua. We took this meandering course up to Lebanon. We took this less meandering course back to Concord. And then a little bit more of a direct approach, direct path rather, back to Nashua. So there are Wings VFR number 4 and 5 in the books, and we'll be continuing this one in a couple of weeks. I think September 2nd we're going to do VFR 6 and then try and knock out IFR 1 and 2 in this very same aircraft, the Comanche from A2A Simulations. Not all of the IFR flights are going to be in this Comanche, by the way. There are a series of the IFR flights that we'll be doing in the Learjet. There are a series of the IFR flights that we'll be doing in the PMDG 737. So it is a bit of a variety, that IFR one. There are some that are definitely geared toward your complex profile SIDs and stars. And so we'll be demonstrating those in an aircraft that's capable of doing that natively. All right, let's go ahead and get the aircraft shut down, shall we? And shut down and buttoned up. So what do we want to do? First of all, I think we want to go ahead and turn all the avionics off. So COM 1 nav 1, COM 2 nav 2, transponder, ADF, which we actually used today. That was nice. And then the rest of the avionics, the autopilot and the engine monitor. We're going to run the RPMs up to 1500, and we're going to do what we call a live mag check. The lead wire on your magneto switch needs to remain attached. If it falls off, you will turn off your magnetos, but they will stay hot. And you want to make sure that they don't stay hot when you turn them off. So we're just going to blip it down for a millisecond, make sure that it does indeed start to power the engine. Don't want to do it for too much longer than that. You can damage your engine if you're too abrasive with that off-on. But real quick blip, and you can see that the engine does blip down and come right back up. Okay, so you know your mag switch off setting is working properly. That is good. We're going to go ahead and pull the RPMs the rest of the way down now. As soon as it settles into its low idle, we'll go ahead and pull the mix out and kill it. Alright, mags can come off the rest of the way. Fuel valves can come off as well. What did we end up with? I think we still had more than, we had 12 gallons on each side. Yeah, we had plenty. Let's go ahead and pop the... yeah, nav lights and beacon lights and battery can come off. Let's go ahead and pop the door and the latch. And let's do a real quick walk around to set up all of our static elements here. And then we'll button up. Alright, where's our... Okay, there we are. Alright, so shock can come back on. Tie down can come back on. We're not inspecting anything per se, we're just literally securing the aircraft, so... Chalk tie down. Let's do crouch down. Let's throw the pitot cover back on. Final tie down. Oops. And then let's grab up all our crap here. And close that up. And then let's close that up. Did I get the control lock back on? I don't know if I did. Yeah, no, I did not do that. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so now the control lock is on. That way, if we have a storm move through overnight or whatever, the wind is not going to flap our ailerons up and down and break something while we're in the airport lounge having a drink or two. Alright, now we can close the door and latch it, and there we go. Alright, well, thank you very kindly to the Boston ARTCC controllers that were on earlier. Appreciate a couple at least one even popped into the chat, and definitely appreciated having you here. And of course, they didn't stay on the entire time for us, but it's late. It's almost 11 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, so it's excusable. I mean, really, honestly, it's always excusable. VATSIM controllers don't get paid, so come and go as they choose, and all of them have lives other than VATSIM. Presumably, most of them do at least. So it's never a skin off their back if they don't stay. The only reason I mention it is Boston Virtual ARTCC is really one of the more popular and active rosters across VAT USA. You can find control in the Boston region very, very often. Let's just put it that way. So they're on often for you to do these Wings Over New England flights. And again, the Wings Over New England flights, just self-study. You read through the lesson on your own, and then you perform the flight while you have that same air traffic control coverage for whatever portion you need. It doesn't have to be center all the time. In this case, we needed center for part of it, but for some of these, you don't need center. Some of these, you just need an approach controller, a tower controller, depending on which flight it is and what the requirements of that flight are, kind of dictate which controllers you need to have on. It doesn't always have to be center. But yeah, one of the more active and frequently online control teams on the network, and whenever they are on, as long as they're not crazy busy, you always have to ask, looking for a taxi for, VFR eastbound departure for Wings VFR number 3, 4, whatever one you're doing. And you gotta wait until they say it's approved, otherwise they won't be able to do it for credit. They'll still be able to provide you the services, but they won't be able to monitor your flight and make sure that you've passed. And then on their website, they've got the list of who has passed which ratings. Now, I've already been through the program, so all mine show blocked off at this point. So that's why I don't worry. Like, for today, we didn't really technically earn credit for number 5 because we didn't finish it before the controller left. If you're doing that and you're trying to get credit for completing the entire course, that's a problem. It's not a problem for me because I've been through the course multiple times before. So, anyway, just a distinction there. Like I said, I'm going to help you out by doing these videos and talking through the radio calls that you would have done or should have done had the controllers been on. But, you know, we're not always going to get lucky like that. We were lucky for 3/4 of our trip tonight, not the 4th quarter. Anyway, so BVARTCC.com is where you want to go for information on that program. And again, we have an earlier one where we talked through a pretty thorough introduction of the program, and then we did VFR 1, 2, and 3. You know, today knocked out 4 and 5, but to go back to our earlier video in this series to get a more full explanation of how the program works. All right, that's going to do it for us. Let us see. We've got just a program note. Our normal schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. This week, we're slightly off schedule. We're Monday and Thursday. So our next stream is going to be Thursday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time. We're going to be back into the Fly Somewhere Lear 35. We haven't flown that Lear in a little while, and every time I fly, and it's been a while, I'm rusty on how to land that thing. We're going to have to really, really be sure that I'm not overcutting the power on that. Like on this one, you have to pull the power back because it'll float, float, float if you don't. That Lear, man, it wants to crash land. You have to be very gentle with the way you pull the power out in that Lear. You really have to kind of remind yourself that when you come down final at VREF, the plane is already in flare attitude, and you don't really need to do a lot more to it. So we'll have to kind of remind ourselves of that mantra all night on Thursday. But Thursday, we're going to start at my old home, unofficial home airport of Martin State Airport up in just east of Baltimore. That is an airport where there is a corporate charter presence, corporate charter operation presence there. We're going to pick up a group down in Wilmington, North Carolina, a fictional group down in Wilmington, North Carolina. We're going to shuttle them up to Atlantic City for the weekend. And then we're going to drop them off there, and we're going to head back to Martin State to close up our day. But we're going to do that, what we call a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. So we got a group that's going from Wilmington, North Carolina to Atlantic City, New Jersey. We're based at Martin, so that becomes the 3-hopper then for us. Base to the pickup point to the drop-off point back to base. So that'll be the plan for Thursday stream. Again, Thursday, not Wednesday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time. And then next week, we are back to our Monday, Wednesday, Friday rotation. Monday, in fact, is August the 31st, and that is when we're going to do some air traffic control as well as our landing rate raffle drawing. We got all the entrants for the month, and then we'll pick up a few more entrants on Thursday's stream, 3 more entrants, in fact, on Thursday's stream for the Lear, and then we'll do the drawing on Monday. All right, well, that's going to wrap it up for us then. Who are we going to send a raid over to? Is the jump seat still on, or are they done? Melvin's still up. All right, I think we're going to raid Melvin. Jump seat looks like they're in replay mode, so I think they're probably getting ready to wrap up. Let's raid Melvin. Melvin says Melvin's at intermission, but he does say he's going to be right back. So I assume he's got another flight to do. We'll go ahead and get the raid over to him now. So give him a moment. He is away from computer at the moment, but when he comes back, do make sure you tell him that Slant Alpha sends his love. And I'll probably hang out with you guys over there on his stream for just a little bit before I head off to bed. But let's go ahead and get that raid up and running. All right, friends. Well, we'll see you back on Thursday. The Fly Somewhere Lear 35 from Martin State Airport in just east of Baltimore. And yeah, until then, have a great rest of the start of your week. We'll be back with you that day, and hope that you have nothing but happy, healthy, and safe travels in all of your adventures between now and then. I keep forgetting the camera's not here, it's over here. We'll evaluate how the camera change looked, and I don't know whether we'll keep it that way or I'll continue to tweak it. But anyway, good night, friends. We'll talk to you soon, and tell Melvin Slant Alpha sends us love. Take care.